The human being is greater than all. And therefore, it really breaks someone's heart that some human beings are taking joy in taking lives in the name of religion. I do not think that God told any religion to take lives. Perhaps that taking life may have been the philosophy of the founders of certain religions. And we know that in humanity, not everyone has the regular sack. Not everyone has it. We are human beings, quite all right. But some people's thoughts are different. Their beliefs. That's why God sent us into the world for us to make a choice. It's a world of choice for you to choose the good or the bad. And then He is the one that's going to judge us. We found ourselves, the Biafrans, we are all indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. And indigenous people of Biafra, they're all of Igbo ancestry. I say this all the time. Today, I'm going to touch a little bit more on what I had maybe in one of my briefs mentioned. I'm going to do that because of what has happened either last week and continues to this week. And what is it? For every Biafran citizen, when a child is born from childhood and you start growing up, you have to know the genealogy, the culture of who you are, your makeup. If you do not know from childhood, your parents start telling you who you are. And when you become an adult, you already know who you are, what your culture is, what your people do, and what your people don't do. In our dialect and in our Igbo language, he say, "Ihe anya asonso, ande konwe eri." What we abhor in our society or in our culture, what is an abomination in our culture, may be held in other people's culture. So by the time a child grows up and becomes an adult, that child has inculcated the beliefs, the culture of where that child is raised up. For every Biafran, you should, in few words, if one asks you who you are a Biafran, right? And somebody asks you, I believe that each and every one of us, anyone that is an indigenous person of Biafra, must articulate in simple terms or in words who we are and where you are and where we're heading to. We must do that because sometimes you may be asked a question impromptu when you do not expect it, or even in a normal setting, who you are. I mean, it should be like the alphabets, A, B, C, D, and then 1, 2, 3. You don't even have to think about it because it should actually come straight from your head because you know who you are. Like I said, every Biafran is an indigenous person of Biafra because we are collectively indigenous people of Biafra. We all remember our story before 1967 and beyond. We have been marked as people that are wanted by those around us, by those that we are living with. So who are you? This Biafra, what is it? What is IPOB? What is USB? What is or what was the Republic of Biafra? 67 to 70 and beyond, we were the Republic of Biafra. And it paused. It got interrupted since or from after the 1967 genocidal war against us by those that were supposed to be in the same country with us. We became a game for the hunter. The hunter goes into the wild forest or into the forest to look for a game. This is how the other ethnic groups in Nigeria view us, with so much hatred that is comparable to the hatred Adolf Hitler had for the Jews. It was on this background that Onyendu, the leader of all the indigenous people of Biafra, not the organization, it is on this background that he set up the organization IPOB. He set it up for the freedom of Biafrans. And we all know organizations or institutions. There is sole proprietor, there is partnership, and there is cooperation. Whoever wants to start something has to start from somewhere. And he, with the love that he has for the freedom of his people, he started that. He did not start it as a business. He did not start it that it was going to continue being constant. He started it because he knows it was going to move. It's like it's life, different stages. We all heard him broadcast on Radio Biafra severally. It was that call, it was the voice, it was the message that he had that drew people's attention, not only Biafrans, the world, that drew their attention to listen to the message that he had. He did it, he formed that organization. And of course, any organization, you have to have executives. That organization also had an executive, which they called DOS. So now you have the regular IPOB and then the organization. He was working with them while he was spreading the glad tidings of the freedom.
You have a message
of Biafrans.
Every messenger has a message.
He continued. But during this period, he had people around him. I listened to him.
Sure.
And then I'm sure each and every one of us listened to him too.
Like myself.
He continued spreading that message. And then until one time, he asked and prayed to God to please, how long is he going to continue this?
Please touch the light
evangelism. And he said that what he prayed or what he asked God for when he was alone or in the dark, that he came out in the open, just as we are today, and told God, please, God, send me people to do this special job.
Send man.
Need to do.
Yeah. Send man.
Remember, he had executives. And remember, he had more than 100 people, including body executives and then the regulars. He didn't see those. Because when you are someone in his category, you can siphon, you can really say, you can capture someone that has that thing which you have.
Talk to me.
And I've mentioned it severally. God placed somebody. And when he captured that, when he saw that, he knew that this might be.
Exactly.
And actually, it was.
When Chika, Norian.
Abatobie told him categorically that if you are looking for 100 men, I am 50.
Remember
that this time, our leader, Mazin Namdekan, had an executive, which they call DOS.
Ndinza. Doctorate of Ndinza.
It continued.
Doctorate of failures.
Not long. He told us.
Doctorate
he told each
of
and
salary
everyone.
takers. Again, doctorate of salary takers. Doctorate of Umuchinekes. Umuchinekes kind of people.
I swear to God, I'm a witness. And that which I heard, and I'm sure you heard it too. He told us to follow and share the programs of Mazi Simon Ekman. He said he has something. He is going to take this where we are to a higher, to a new dimension. And if we follow categorically, if we follow in sequence, we will know that yes, indeed, that which he set up, that IPOB that he set up, which he wanted to be taken to another level, to statehood and nationhood, is what Simon has done.
Exactly.
That task of taking it beyond is what Simon had done.
Very correct.
We must remember that when they got our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, when they kidnapped him and took him to Nigeria, one of the early messages that he sent was for the leadership and IPOB to give Mazi Simon Ekpa a slot.
You are very correct and correct. Very correct.
To continue that which he was doing.
Very correct.
Hell turned loose. We all saw it.
Yes.
Hell turned loose. The DOS and the IPOB waged war relentlessly on Simon Ekpa. As the same thing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu saw. Simon delivered. He fought. He didn't relent. Nothing was able to hold him back. He remembered the promise that he told our leader in our presence that we witnessed. Simon fought gallantly to move that which our leader wanted. Simon did it. And I say, whoops, kudos. But those people, a lot of them were waiting for Onyendu to come. We do not know when he's coming. That's what you do. He was alive and already told us. We already knew what was going to happen. When I heard that, I knew what was going to happen. But when the leadership that Onyendu left and then the IPOB organization started fighting Simon, they were fighting him because they do not know what it takes. They do not have what it takes to move this, which our leader has instituted, to that higher level.
Very correct.
That's what Simon did. And they coined it autopilot.
Exactly.
Yeah, because
Correct.
not only did the people, came around Simon, everyone knew that it is the rightful thing to do. A lot of time we say you need to do the needful. People on their own accord took it up to do the needful. We all saw what happened. The first convention we had in Helsinki, that formed Mazi Simon Ekman formed the bridge, the government in exile, for us to be able to move further. In that first convention, he told us, he marshaled out the sequence of getting to that statehood or nationhood. We came back because he told us that that convention we went in October 2023 was for us to set up things, and then he set up bridging so that we could move to the next step. Leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu knew that ordinary protest and marching on the streets aren't going to give us that which he was looking for. So that's why holding the flags, marching on the streets and protesting, no, it doesn't. What Simon was doing is towards getting the legal documents that finally gonna have us to have that statehood and for us to get recognition. So we came back to the next level. And what was that level? He told us when we were going for that first one, that going to Helsinki, when we come back, doesn't give us Biafra, that it is the process to start, to get all the legal documents that we need for this statehood. I'm saying this and then explaining it. But I think that every Biafran, in a simple terms, if somebody wakes you up and then asks you about USB, you don't even have to think about it. It's going to come streaming in your head because you know, you have knowledge what it is.
You're very correct.
I know that a lot of us do not. So this week something happened. And I do not want it anywhere United States of Biafra citizen goes. It doesn't matter who it is. And they ask you a question, you should be able to marshal it out. That's the reason why I'm doing this. This is just like a reiteration of what I had mentioned on this platform severally. So he came back. And when we remember, we got ready for the second convention, the Redeclaration Convention, whereby we had prepared, we had done all the things, most of the things needed for us to go further to this statehood for recognition. And we knew what happened. What happened is a story everyone knows. I'm not going to go into that. But as God has set it up, that this statehood of Biafra, which he sent his son, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and which Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in our presence passed to Mazi Simon Ekman. God said, and we say all the time, that the Biafra is destined, is God's own project. Just few days before that redeclaration in Finland, something happened, something struck. The saboteurs and all the rest of them, they did everything, not knowing
the product of
it wasn't going to be. all the saboteurs, the Nigeria terrorist government, and all the people that they sent. They were decimated. Lioness Agunwani assumed them. Before people woke up, before some people landed from plane, it's already declared. And that brought us to the point where we are today. So I'm sure that what I just said here, if you can put it in your own words, in simple terms, every United States of Biafra citizen must know this.
Yes.
So now we have transitioned from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to Simon Ekpa to now Dr. Ngozi Arabeze, the DPO, the Chief of Staff, and the acting Prime Minister of the United States of Biafra. We have transitioned triangularly. At the apex is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We come down here is Simon Ekpa, and then over there is Dr. Ngozi Arabeze, mathematically and theoretically and in reality. These three people have the same aim. Nothing changed. That which leader Nnamdi Kanu started is the same thing that they have done. They have brought it. It's just like we remember the story of someone that traveled and then gave his servants some money so that when the master comes,
right,
they will
now
give this stewardship.
Before we continue from here, there is something I want to read to us. That write-up was put together. It was written by Barrister Aloy Ejimako. I have not read it, but I want to read it out. Let us just see. Hope it is showing on the screen. Do well and touch the like button as we move. All of us of truth. May all supporters of truth. Touch the like button. We move. This is from Barrister Aloy Ejimako yesterday at 14:18. How Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was frustrated from mounting his defense by Aloy Ejimako. How he was frustrated from mounting his defense. The trial of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu commenced before Justice James Omotocho in March 2025. As in all criminal trials, it is the prosecution that must first present its case before the defense can present its own. But we need to read it. The frustration. Whether Mazi Nnamdi Kanu defense were somehow. Also, the trial of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu commenced before Justice James Omotocho in March 2025. As in all, that is, in every criminal trials, in every criminal case, also, it is the prosecution that must first present its case before the defense can present its own. The prosecution, it is the prosecution that must first. Now, let's continue. This is how it proceeded until June 2025, when the prosecution concluded its case after calling 5 witnesses. That is, federal government is the prosecution, which have started. That is from about the Naka Ibido, from the prosecution, from about this is the presented their case before the defense. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he presented his case, and he made it very clear here. This is how it proceeded into until June 2025, when the prosecution concluded its case after calling 5 witnesses. Federal government called 5 witnesses. And introduce A, B, F, let us continue to read. Following the dismissal of Kano's subsequent no case submission, the court proceeded to establish a strict 6-day window for the defense to present its case. So soon thereafter, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu debriefed his lawyers and indicated a desire to present himself, to represent himself. So when he sought a 90-day time frame to prepare his defense, including calling 25 witnesses, the court refused it, but later considered by giving him a few extra days in the backdrop of this strict time frame. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was effectively frustrated from mounting any meaningful defense, especially when he had marshaled 25 witnesses he desired to call, having also notified the court on the record that he reserved the right to call additional witnesses. In the interim, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had filed a written objection to the jurisdiction of the court to subject him to trial, raising several constitutional and statutory ground. But instead of ruling on his objection, the court arbitrarily foreclosed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from presenting his defense simply because he was insisting that his objections to the jurisdiction of the court be resolved first. Lawyers and even lay people will agree that this scenario raises profound constitutional and procedural concerns. Under Nigerian law, a criminal trial where the defense is tightly constrained by a rigid few days window, especially after a defendant has debriefed his counsel and is proceeding unrepresented, runs directly counter to the bedrock principles of fair hearing. The argument below matches the key constitutional and the jurisdiction authorities that support the proposition that the actions of the court fundamentally fractured the integrity Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's trial. First, the bedrock of a valid criminal trial in Nigeria is enshrined in Section 36, 6B of the Constitution, which mandates that every person charged with a criminal offense is entitled to, by giving adequate time and facilities for the preparation of his defense. What constitutes adequate time is a question of fact, but it must be weighed against the gravity of the charges and the volume of evidence the defendant must rebut. So an unequal footing became evident when the prosecution was permitted several months, March to June, to call 5 witnesses, but Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was rigidly restricted to a 6-day window to call 25 witnesses, plus the more in the offing. This several disparity violates the principle of equality of arms, an essential component of a fair trial. The Supreme Court has repeatedly held that the court must maintain an even hand in Adane v. Anosoke 2002, 8 NWLR VT 768-224, the Apex Court emphasized that a trial cannot be said to be fair when one party is handcuffed by time constraint, while the other is given ample latitude. Second, the shocking failure of Justice Omotocho to safeguard the rights of an unrepresented defendant will forever lives in judicial affirming. It is given that the moment a defendant debriefed his legal team and expresses an intention to defend himself, the trial court owns an elevated and sacred duty of guidance to ensure the litigant is not blindsided by tactical rules under section 36(6)(c). Under the section 36(6)(c) of the Constitution, a defendant has the right to defend himself in person or by legal practitioners of his own choice. But where a defendant chooses the former rushing the procedure or applying rigid timelines strictly meant for legal practitioners amount to a denial of a fair hearing. The Supreme Court in Josiah v. States 1985 1 NWLR VT 1-125 held that court must ensure an unrepresented accused person is fully aware of their right at every stage of their trial, forcing an unrepresented defendant facing capital charges to compress the testimonies of 25 witnesses into a handful of days is a constructive denial of the right to be heard. Third, Justice Omotocho's arbitrary foreclosure of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from defending himself is an impermissible assault on the primary of jurisdictional objection. A court's decision to arbitrarily foreclose a defendant from presenting his defense because he insisted on a jurisdictional hurdle being cleared first is a fatal procedural error. Even in the most primitive traditions of the common law, equity and the good consciences, it is settled lay across decades of Nigerian jurisprudence that jurisprudence is the lifeblood of jurisdiction and adjudication. It can be raised at any stage, and when raised, it must be resolved first before taking any further steps in the proceedings, as held in the local classical case of Madu Kolu v. Nkem Dilim 1962-2 SCNRX SCNLR 341 and the echoed in Galadima v. Tambowa 2011 NWLR PT 677 1. Any step taken by a court without jurisdiction or while refusing to address a timeous challenge to its jurisdiction is a total nullity. Thus, by foreclosing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's simply because he demanded a ruling on jurisdiction, the court punished him for daring to exercise a constitutional right. In Effium v. State 1995 1 NWLR VT 373-507, the Supreme Court ruled that where a party is foreclosed or denied the opportunity to present its case or call vital witnesses, the entire trial is vitiated visited by the dint of breach of natural justice, often expressed in Latin as audi alteram patem. So, where a trial court grants the state a wide window to build its case, but trapped and unrepresented or a self-represented defendant in a chronological straitjacket refuses to resolve threshold jurisdictional objection and promptly foreclose the defense, the trial, and any conviction emanating therefrom transforms to a pervasive non-event that will ultimately fail appellate muster. If I one night work there, but a lawyer Jimako, every criminal case, like the case of Mazen Namdegano and the federal government. Law federal government gave Bozo. Then the defendant Mazen Namdegano and Eso. Now the thing I get into until to some certain year, where the federal government presented their own 5 witnesses with almost 3-4 months. Then in Yamazen Namdegano, I think 5 days or thereabouts. And he was able to maximize the 5 days. Each year we present to almost 25 witnesses. Manata Menyeria had enough. And he was asking them, Kafane Bayanya Banyina Kefana where the extraordinary rendition, which is a jurisdiction, to try him. So according to him, he said that by law, la trial mazen na can ever say Ganiru. So now definitely that this appeal now got stand their ground to make sure now that jurisdiction no discuss there. So I don't know. I don't know what is even but we move regardless. So I continue listening to if I have a replay of yesterday fundraising.
They have done. Some people put their own in gongom and piggy bag. Here in America, we say piggy bag. They put their some piggy bag.
But I don't know.
In the piggy bag, waiting for Onye Garanchen to come back.
No.
Yes, Ganata. That doesn't show wisdom at all. That doesn't show. If when your master was here, if you really heard all the things that he said, if you know what he was doing or what he wanted to do, you would just jump on it to make sure that ship continue sailing.
And that was what
oh my goodness, I don't know, intimate Chico from all the nonsense things that I have heard this week. As in the man that gave his life and that of his parents and set up this and was hoping that those he was working with was going to take it another descent. What did they do? I don't even, I'm sure that a lot of you heard hears and will continue to hear what has been coming from some people's mouths. May the Lord have mercy on them. May the Lord have mercy on all those. If you work in any company, you're working in a company with the hope that you're going to execute your job or professionally even beyond, so that the company you're working for, or the government, or your master will recognize you. No. What these people did and what we continue to hear is an eyesore, but nothing that anyone is going to do that will do is going to tarnish the image of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Simon Ekpa took that which he needed, which is set up to the higher ground, to where it is today. So some people seem like they're waking up from the sleep and then they're trying to reorganize themselves. That's all right. But as a United States of Biafra citizen, do not listen to trash. Listen.
Like Oluchimwa God told me about the event somewhere today that Dr. Ngozi Orebeze will be visiting, I think, Ireland. One meeting with Dr. Ngozi Orebeze today. I think he said by 7 p.m. Biafra land time, 7 p.m. I will restream it if USB led government will stream it, or any of our brother that stream it, I will restream it from there and we move.
Listen, this government right now under the leadership of Her Excellency Dr. Ngozi Orebeze, we are focused. And nobody can make us deviate. We have gotten that, which both Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa dreamed for and worked for. I know I have mentioned my brief in the previous briefs had, mentioned this, but today it's like an assignment that I'm giving to everybody. I will have you SB a beta join. No. It should be natural. Because as a Biafran, you know what it is. So I'm going to leave it here, and I'm going to use this opportunity to call on.
Before we continue, on breaking news that I want to read out to us. This is from Igbere TV, and I read, breaking, over 30 Yoruba monarchs abscond from palace after Fulani bandits abduct another Oba today, making it 11 Obas abducted or killed. 1. Oba Keyide, ndị emere abduct ka a na-agụlụ ya ife a. Ndị emere abduct ka a na-agụlụ ya. From Igbere TV, ndị emere abduct, if I had their list, they are forcefully occupying. If I have forceful occupiers, let me read. 1. Oba Kehinde Jacob Falodu Alagamo of Agamo, Akure North, local government, Ondo State. Onye na Jacob onye nwere ike bụrụ a Christian. 2. Oba Segun Aremu, Oba Olusegun Aremu Cole, Olukoro of Koro, Ekiti, local government, Kwara State. Number 2. Number 3. Oba David Babatunde Ogunsakin, Elesun of Esun, Ekiti State. 4. Oba Samuel Ifa, Kwefrafa, the Kafa Christians. Now let's read. 4. Oba Samuel Olatunji Olusola, Oba Olatunde Samuel Olusola, Onimojo of Imojo, Ekiti State. 5. Oba Adegoke Adeusi Olufon of Ifon, Ondo State. 6. Baale of Ogbayo Oke Ode Ifelodu local government, Kwara State. 7. Oba Salman Olatunji Aweda Asamu of Olayinka Ifelodu local government, Kwara State. 8. Oba JD Ogunyada Ilufemi Loye, Oba James Dada Ogunyada Oba Lohun of Okoloke Yagba West local government, Kogi State. 9. Ojibara of Bayaga, Ile Oba Kamilu Salami, Kwara State. 10. Oba Simeon Ola Onikon Ola Onipekun, yes. Ola Onipekun, Oniwo of Afi, Ifelodu local government, Kwara State, 11. Adeni Adelana, traditional ruler of Ode Oriya village, Owo local government, Ondo State. If I now, these 11 people, 11 Obas, Akajipa. These 11 Obas, gịnị mere Akajipa. Now the question bụ, ọ bụrụ na fa sonsi nke a ha sonsi nrigide 11 Obas, how about ndị Fanachi? The obodo has been conquered. It has been conquered. Forceful occupiers. They are implementing ife ọbụla ha na-ekwu by force. And ọ bụrụ na ịbụ igwe side anyị, hello, how are you? Ị na-adịkwa nkwadobe? If nothing is done to have Islam develop, we move.
And Dr. Ngozi Arabeze, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Chief of Staff, and the Acting Prime Minister. That child, that daughter, God has given to Biafrans to hold the staff. It does not matter what the enemies are, whatever hatred people have, no matter how they try to twist it and then bring a different narrative. Biafrans, you know what the truth is and you know what to do. And we know that, yes, we are on the right track. On this, I call upon you. Wanyoma, Ngwangwere, your staff. Over to you. Thank
you. Wow.
Madam
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So very much from D. Oh my goodness, that was so beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautifully delivered.
Thank you.
Delivered.
Thank
you so very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone that is listening to me today. I thank all of you that made our time to be here with us today, despite your busy schedule and other things you may be doing or you may have scheduled for today. Thank you for joining us. We truly appreciate that. I want to use this opportunity to thank Honorable Christopher, who has been holding the mantle for us as we get ready to start today's fundraising. May God continue to empower you and bless you. Welcome, Biafrans and men and ladies of the press. Thank you for joining the United States of Biafra government today. This fundraiser we do every weekend to not only rebuild our new nation that was bastardized by the Nigerians.
So when they try to watch this. If I want them mother, and it happened from Oriental times. Tears in Imo community as missing teenage girl Chizitere is found dead inside the bush with her body parts missing. If I have one mother, so before you pretend everything is all right, I want to do all right. If I want mother, if I want them mother, if I want you to come into this earth to fulfill destiny, if I want to near special gift to come into this earth to fulfill a particular destiny or to fulfill a particular task. Man, the wickedness of some of these yoji have cut her off. The earlier we stand up, better for us. We move.
Terrorist state, but also to help bring out thousands of innocent Biafran Christians that are locked up in different jails across Nigeria by Nigeria State, Tinubu, the Foreign Affairs Minister, Bianco Ojukwu, their politicians like Peter Obi, and the rest of them, every single day, Biafrans are forcefully taken away from their quiet homes in Biafra territory by the Nigeria State and their delegitimized governors like Charles Soludo, Peter Obi, Mba Oti, Fubara, Uzodinma, and co. They take them away in the middle of the night. They kill them on the way, or they dump them in Nigeria prisons and Biafra prisons, even as we speak. So while the reintegrated terrorists that are brought in by the Nigerian,
I will show you something, one of their lies. One of their lies. Now this replay, some of their lies. Okay, for how they roll. If I have gangsters, like I said, IPOB organization, they are not formidable. The only formidable is their own. If I have from family writer. Now let us read this together. At least I ain't got a school, but I ain't go to Now let us read. Family Writers Press International. You don't need to run to America for the freedom of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, DOS, and the IPOB. Possess everything required to secure his release. How? For the past 5 years, you people have done nothing. For the past 5 years, you people have done nothing. But blinded by ego and greed, you arrogantly abandon the almighty organization capable of doing the unthinkable. The truth is that the leader, the head of this organization know how powerless this organization is. Because he is the one who is approving their salaries. So when the salary takers is busy telling you that they are formidable because they are receiving salaries, the man who is approving their salary, the man who called them, the man who employed them, already know that they are not fit, they are not capable. That was why he abandoned them. He don't want to even talk about them. To the point of announcing their dismissal that they do. He refused to do it. So they are lying to themselves that they are formidable. It is a lie. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, who is the owner of IPOB organization, know that they are powerless. Or say, you arrogantly abandon the almighty organization capable of doing the unthinkable. A powerful movement that sends shockwaves through the government whenever it speaks. Akoko. If any now and they are the only person I know their voice, the rest of all deaf and dumb. The leadership has deliberately allowed you to text your so-called foreign connections and they prove your capacity outside DOS. Hello, the DOS have failed woefully because Esther Norian immediately was abducted. They started shouting, no political solution. Today, the question is, where are they? Where is the political solution? And what have they done with the political solution? In fact, the progress farmer group with that political solution probably in 1890s because nobody stopped them, nobody challenged them. They began shouting no political solution. The question with that political solution. Now we read, no matter how you twist this case, the international community will always see it as Nigerians' internal affair. That is the truth. That is the truth. That is the truth. So now, Nigeria internal affair, according to you, that the international community will see it as such, law Nigeria internal affair. How do you intend this your almighty DOS? Can to factory where this internal affair? Can to factory where no go internally? They were against sit at home. They want to achieve political solution by begging the politician. They are liars and deceivers. They don't think. Okay, no matter No matter how you twist this case, the international community will always see it as Nigerians' internal affairs. And the only solution is raw internal pressure, nothing else. Internal pressure, but as protest, in order being also take salaries every month. You hijack this matter from IPOB when Mazen Namdekano was discharged and acquitted. Since then, you have driven him straight into life imprisonment and now dragging him toward execution. What a shameful record. KZF DOS in nothing. Go ahead and exhaust all your law. When you finally fail and are completely worn out, come crawling back to DOS. Chai, with your apology. Only then will the leadership decide on what to do. Where the leadership decide on what to do. Okwe release a press release. Can these gangsters buffalo? And actually, let's continue to read. As for the Nigerian government, do whatever you want with him, but dare not touch his soul. The silence of the OS. Hey, Chideke, whatever. Let's forget the company the secret. Jay, he came. The silence of the OS does not mean IPOB is not watching every single move. The day IPOB truly demand Mazen Namdekano's freedom, you will understand how powerful and connected IPOB is, locally and internationally. Child, Chineke no mere mmadụ. Chineke mere mmadụ. Chineke mere mmadụ. IPOB DOS. Ụmụ illegal immigrants. Yeah, they are not a warehouse.
State are busy in the northern part of Nigeria, in the western part of Nigeria, killing and maiming indigenous Nigerians, butchering them, cutting their throat, kidnapping them, taking them inside the bush, both children, women, mothers, fathers.
They are kidnapping them. The one that I just read out now happened in Imo State. Jesus.
While they are suffering under the policies of Bianca Ojukwu and the Nigeria terrorist state, like Tinubu, in the northern, western, middle belt part of Nigeria. In the south, old southeast and south part of Nigeria, which is now the United States of Biafra territory. The reintegrated terrorists that Tinubu and Bianca Ojukwu has already recruited into the Nigerian military and police are busy every night, actively, forcefully removing United States of Biafra citizens from their homes, burning their homes, dumping them in jails across Biafra territory, like the Port Harcourt prison, like the different prisons in Oka and all that. The only reason they are doing this every day is to attack the new nation, the new Christian nation of the United States of Biafra. I know they will never succeed. Biafrans know they will never succeed. But that is what they are doing. Why? Because they have the power of the gun. The guns that we are giving to them by the IOC, the Islamic Organization Committees or Council, which Nigeria belongs to, Turkey belongs to, Iran belongs to, Iraq belongs to, Syria belongs to. So they supply Tinubu and Bianca Ojukwu with the arms, with the guns, with the AK-47 too, forcefully every night take away innocent Christian Biafrans from their quiet homes and dump them in jails across Nigeria or in Biafra territory, just like they dumped them at the Tiger Base, Owerri, which has been declared by Amnesty International as the worst place in the world to keep any human being. That is where Bianca Ojukwu dumps innocent Biafrans. I and the United States of Biafra citizens, the 80 million Biafra, will ensure that this comes to an end. I want to thank Biafrans who has continued to support the United States of Biafra government, who has continued to defend our land from the Fulani terrorists that are forcefully brought into our peaceful community by the Nigerian state and their politicians like Peter Obi and Biaka Ojukwu. I want to thank you for what you do every single day. Thank you so much. Just stay the course. You don't need to do anything extra. Stay the course. Defend the 40 states of Biafra, which was declared on November 29, 2024 in Lahti, Finland. I want to use this opportunity to thank our leader, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, whom the Nigeria state, Bianco Ojukwu, Peter Obi, Fubara, Charles Soludo, and the Nigeria terrorist state is coming.
You are very correct, Benchika. Oh, yeah, when I see this, ndị from na-agbagharị na social media talking rubbish banyere okpukperechi, ife niile abụ ị na-anya fụ ebe the world na-aga fe ihe mba ụwa na-ekwu, ị mara how you can use it to your own advantage. Ụfọdụ ndị be anyị ka bụ nnọọ mee ihe the world na-etinye anya bụ Christian genocide. So if you are smart, ị ga na-achọkwa wee na-arụba that side ka ife ngị na the world na-ekwu na-elu uko alike. Mana ọ nwere ndị ya nọ na naba anyị sị gọbere nka nke yeah. The word is coming for Christian, not for tradition nominal. So ụdị ihe a kwesịrị ịpụta nnọọ itu nuo down, especially now America na-ekwu okwu. Mana ụfọdụ ndị be anyị adịghị aghọta, but we move.
Currently holding and has given him life imprisonment. For what? Just for him to say that he do not want his people to cohabit with reintegrated terrorists brought in by Nigeria state, by Bianco Ojukwu, by Peter Obi, by Tinubu. And for that, they kidnapped him from Kenya, took him to Nigeria, and the Nigeria state, Tinubu has sentenced him to life. I want to let the world know Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu has not committed any crime. The quest to Islamize the Nigeria state and the refusal of Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu for that Islamization is the only reason Bianco Ojukwu and Tinubu and Peter Obi has taken away our leader, Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu. In collusion with the Sokoto Caliphate, Christopher Musa, and the rest of the Nigerian politicians. In the same way, the Nigeria state colluded with Finland. Prime Minister, His Excellency Simon Ekpa, who has not committed any crime, a fine young gentleman living in Finland. No crime, no criminal history. Nigeria colluded with the Finland government and arrested our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa and sentenced him to 6 years in jail. For what? For the same reason he just said. He does not want his people to cohabit with reintegrated Fulani terrorists that are brought into Nigeria by Tinubu, Bianco Ojukwu, Christopher Musa, Charles Soludo, and the rest of them. For Nigeria to continue to milk the oil that comes from the Biafra territory, they have to take away our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, thinking that by taking away Onyendu and Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, Biafra will not come. They were wrong. The United States of Biafra has been declared on November 29, 2024 in Lahti, Finland. The former Republic of Biafra was redeclared after a self-referendum where over 50 million Biafrans voted to exit Nigeria, and over 1,500 assembled in Finland between November 29th and December the 3rd, and over 500 appended their signature to that declaration document for Biafrans to exit Nigeria. That declaration cannot be tampered with by any individual, any organization, any country in the world, because that is the wish and the will of the people, supported not just by the United Nations law, by the African Union law, but all international laws that supported self-determination and the decolonization of a people are allowed to use every means possible to decolonize themselves from their colonizers. That's exactly what the United States of Biafra government and the people are doing at this time, to decolonize our people from Britain and the Nigeria state that are committing crimes against humanity by the second. That is exactly what we are doing. That was why we declared our freedom. At this point, the United States of Biafra government and the 80 million Biafrans are defending that 40 state. We are defending our land from the reintegrated terrorists brought in by the Nigerian government and Bianco Ojukwu into Nigeria. No one can stop this freedom which we got, no matter whom you are.
No one.
This is a legal process allowed not just by the United Nations, not just by the African Union, not just even by Commonwealth, but by all civilized countries in the world. America got their independence. Finland got their independence. So many countries in their world got their independence. Somaliland got their independence. When you have a country that has been declared as a country of particular concern, a country that's been declared as the most dangerous country in the world for Christians to live, a country that has been declared as the worst place on planet Earth for human beings to live, a country's president that has been declared either as the third or fourth most corrupt president in the world, a country that their major political parties have been declared as a terrorist organization, a country that their police have been declared as terrorists and evil. No sane human being would love to associate with such a country, unless countries that belong to the same ideology, which is the Islamic Organization Council, IOC. But we don't care where you belong. I want to tell our Onyendu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, let them not be moved for that which they seek. We already got. The United States of Biafra have a lot of support from different countries, from our allies. We will continue to work with them. Currently, Nigeria is currently occupying a sovereign state. We have peacefully returned to them to leave. It is the right thing to leave. I expect them to leave the 40 states of the United States of Biafra peacefully. It is the right thing to do, to reduce the debt on both sides. The debt on both sides. The killings that were conducted by the Nigerian state at Headbridge, Onisha, at Mpo, at Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu's house, at Aba, and all other states in the Biafra territory. innocent breadwinners of the families have been murdered by the Fulani terrorists that are recruited into Nigeria police and army. The children of those people have risen up, and they will never, never allow any Nigerian military or police person in Biafra territory to escape. I want to repeat myself. The children of innocent indigenous Biafrans that were murdered by the Nigeria state at Obibo, at Mpo Junction, at Headbridge Onisha, at Nnamdi Kanu's house, in the Niger Delta, at Ehamufu, and at Aba. The children of those individuals will never allow any Nigerian military or police in their environment or neighborhood to escape. Life is a promise. The earlier we discussed the peaceful separation of Biafra, the United States of Biafra, from the Nigerian state, the better for everyone to reduce debt on both sides. I am always open for peaceful discussion and negotiation to end this crisis. To end this crisis. I want to let Tinubu, Nigerian president, and Bianca Ojukwu to know nothing should happen to Onyindu Nnamdi Kanu. I am here calling for peaceful resolution of this crisis. Bianca Ojukwu and Peter Obi and co are busy planning how to.
Peaceful resolution. Peace. Peaceful resolution. Can we discuss? Sorry about that. Oh, we found an echo. So, as I was saying, peaceful resolution. That is to say, we are fit, we are capable, we can share this debt. We are not afraid of inheriting debts. Come, let us talk. Unu chọkwuzie na unu ga-enyekwu anyị lion chia na debt nwa. Nye na anyị lion chia ma ya bụrụ n'ezie na nwere onwe gara peacefully. Mana what do you have? Ndị isi ojii adịghị eme ife peace. Ya isi ojii for you. Remove.
Kill Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu. I am here telling Nigeria state, nothing should happen to Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu. It will really bring this separation very, very fast. Nothing should happen to him. As you are plotting to kill him so that you can continue to milk the oil and natural resources from Biafra land, I'm telling you, nothing should happen to Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu, and nothing should happen to Simon Ekpa. This is a word of caution to the Nigerian state.
Please do well and touch the like button.
I am here to facilitate the peaceful separation of the state of Biafra people from the Nigerian state.
All these politicians that is telling you, onwe ka esi eme ya, onwe ka esi eme ya. Ọ nwere ntụ ọzọ esi eme ya na-abụghị peace. Now let us talk. Let us discuss. What is that? Kedu ife anyị nwekọrọ ọnụ? Wepụta ya ka anyị kee ka onye ọbụla na ọrụ owe ya, ka onye ọbụla kpọọ nke ya afa, ka mmanwụ na-ebe ebe nụ. Ọ nwere ntụ ọzọ esi eme ya. Achatụla peaceful separation for long ago. Ọka nwere onye kwuru okwu. And I shout every day, I am ready. We can talk peacefully. We can do this peacefully. And then with the report that they are forcefully removing the buy. And then can we please talk? Tomorrow now, the way you are looking at it, the way you are doing it is not good. You are this, you are that. Now, you cannot even add your voice to her own. Nah, but she is saying something. Can you please listen to what she is saying? My solution. No, you will not talk. Demon, you will not talk. Okay, IPOB members empty hand. About AK found you did not say anything. Then I'm always into anything where Megariaro. Oh, Nantu see ma drama onyara. Okay, neke mmadụ bụ onye ji commit act of terrorism. Mana federal government of a country cannot commit act of terrorism. Neke mmadụ bụ onye onye terrorist. So federal government obodo cannot commit act of terrorism. Let us discuss it now. You don't want to even the problem. Some of you do not want to get involved in a peace. That is when you will get yourself involved. You want to be the judge. Now you don't want to get involved.
During the amalgamation of Nigeria in 1914, the clause was very, very clear. After 100 years, if this marriage is not working, everyone is entitled to walk out. The 100 years expired in 2014, but Tinubu and Bianco, Jubu and Peter Obi and Co are using the arms, the AK-47, to hold people down. That cannot continue. And again, I don't have any problem with those of you that are serving the Nigerian state. You are free to serve whoever, whatever country you want to serve, but you cannot continue to trample on this independence and declaration that was given by the Biafra people, by the 80 million Biafrans. You can never tamper with that. We will defend our land with everything legally possible within our power. That is exactly what we are doing right now. We have told Nigerians to leave the Biafra territory. We have the 40 state governors. We have the commissioners working every day and every night. We have the United States of Biafra Elite Squad envisioned. We have the United States of Biafra Liberation Army. We have the United States of Biafra Defense Forces. Most of these Biafrans, their parents fought in the war between Nigeria and Biafra in 1967 to 1970. Most of them are one of the most disciplined and vision military you have in the world. They can never, ever coexist with a country that reintegrates non-terrorists into their land. The earlier we discuss this, the better. Nothing will stop the freedom of the 80 million Biafrans and the 40 states of Biafra people. The United States of Biafra government will not continue to wait for Nigeria to import mercenaries from Turkey. So as they are planning to import the mercenaries from Turkey, the United States of Biafra government will continue to plot and plan to import the help from our allies.
Mm-hmm.
Today, I was with the Georgia Executive Director for Right to Life. It was a very good breakfast. And when she was talking, I remember the woman that was pregnant.
Mm. Mm.
The woman that was pregnant and the unborn child was ripped up from the womb and slammed into the bricks. This action was conducted by the Nigeria state using the reintegrated terrorists they brought into the country. Nigeria has a standing policy to reintegrate and rehabilitate non-terrorists and recruit them into the military, the police, and the special squad. It was a partnership agreement for Nigeria with the OIC to become one of the top members of the Organization of Islamic Committees. That must continue. No one can stop that. It is a standing policy. No one can stop the Christian genocide in Nigeria, because that policy they signed with the OIC or IOC has made Nigeria to open their doors to the worst second in command of ISIS was killed in Nigeria by the United States of America. Nigeria cannot control the terrorists anymore. Thousands, hundreds, tens of young children are kidnapped from their schools every day. Undergraduates are taken away from their dormitories every second. Many indigenous Nigerians are being kidnapped by these reintegrated terrorists, taken inside the bush. Many of them keep begging every day for help. No help. There's no help coming anywhere. Nigeria state does not have the capacity to help those people. That was why, and that is why, the only thing that will save Christians and indigenous Nigerians is the absolute collapse of that entity called Nigeria. Anyone, any country, any group thinking, trying something else, you are just deceiving yourself.
Very correct.
I continue to lead the director of the Georgia Right to Life know how unborn babies are being killed by the Nigeria state through their policies of the reintegration of non-terrorists. Again, you see these terrorists, what do they want? What do they need? They are of a particular breed. You can't beg your way out when they got you. It's not about begging. No, they just allow you. Their main purpose is to kill and occupy. Kill and occupy. Kill the indigenes of Nigeria. Kill Biafrans and occupy. That is their task in order to Islamize the whole Nigeria. That is why you see them kill with just kill people like chicken without any remorse. Kidnap without any remorse. Rape our mothers openly, video that, and send it out to the world without remorse. The most heinous crime and crimes against humanity are currently actively being committed by the Nigeria state against human beings. Tinubu is not doing anything about that. Bianca Ojukwu, the foreign first minister, is perambulating in Ethiopia, saying she is swapping prisoners. Are swapping prisoners. And you are moving these Nigerian citizens to a terrorist state where they'll be kidnapped, where they'll be killed, where they'll be raped. I talked with some of those Biafran citizens in Ethiopia today, and they told me, it's on record, BPM, anywhere but Nigeria, they want to go. They are ready to go. Anywhere but Nigeria. This propaganda, global propaganda that Bianca Ojukwu and Tinubu and Christopher Musa and Charles Saluda and Peter Obi is carrying out across the globe is what the United States of America President Donald Trump has told the world, that what is happening in Nigeria has been moved to a different level because they use the globalist propaganda to make it look as if everything is normal in Nigeria. Thank God. The civilized leaders have discovered what Nigeria state is projecting is not what is going on. Again, as we speak, the United States of Biafra government is on the tables of majority of the world leaders. Israel is discussing the United States of Biafra government. Brazil is discussing the United States of Biafra government. United States of America is discussing the United States of Biafra government. And many more countries across the globe is discussing the United States of Biafra government. Those countries that recognized Biafra between 1967 and 70, they never relinquished that recognition. Again, thanks to all the other allies of the United States of Biafra that are guiding, advising, and helping us to secure our land from the Fulani terrorists, to secure our Christian nation from the Fulani terrorists that are supported by the Nigeria state. As Nigeria is busy confusing the world about swapping prisoners with Ethiopia, over 8 million Biafrans are locked up in different jails across Nigeria by Bianca Ojukwu, Christopher Musa, Tinubu. We say charity begins at home. Charity begins at home. Bianco Ojukwu and Tinubu and Christopher Musa and Peter Obi are busy taking away forcefully innocent Biafrans every night. Innocent Biafrans, what is their crime? They want to be in United States of Biafra. They want to protect their new Christian nation. And for that alone, Tinubu and Bianco Ojukwu sent these reintegrated terrorists they recruited into the Nigerian army to burn their homes, to forcefully take them away in the night and dump them in different jails across Nigeria and in Biafra territory. How can you be talking about swapping prisoners when you are busy imprisoning innocent Biafrans right inside Biafra territory and in Nigeria? You should be ashamed of yourself. Very, very ashamed of yourself. Charity begins at home. You should be able to release thousands of innocent, genuine Biafrans that you have locked up in different jails across Nigeria. In the Port Harcourt prison, Jerry and over 2,500 Biafrans are there every single day. I get the report on my table. They've not committed any crime. Most of them have trumped up charges by the Nigerian state, heaped on them, just because they are Biafrans. Many of them that are being tried in different courts in Nigeria, their charges are treason. Bianco Ojukwu and Tinubu and Peter Obi told them, anyone talking about Biafra, charge them with treason. That was why they told the world that only didn't have the kind of committed treason. That was why Finland told the world that Simon Ekpa committed treason. And maybe tomorrow they will say Dr. Robertson committed treason. That is the word. That is the word of Bianco Ojukwu, Peter Obi, Charles Soludo, and the Nigerian terrorist state. They are the real terrorists. What they do is what they project on other people. So, thousands of indigenous Nigerians that are locked up in different jails across Nigeria and in Biafra land, Tinubu and Bianco Ojukwu charged them with treason and terrorism. They charged them with terrorism. They said Onyendo Nnamdi Kanu committed terrorism. Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, terrorism. Maybe tomorrow, Dr. Robertson, terrorism. Tomorrow, 50 million Biafrans, terrorism. Maybe tomorrow, Famdi, terrorism. Jerry in Port Harcourt prison, terrorism. Ikuku in River State prison, terrorism. Thousands. Nnamdi Kanu in Sokoto, terrorism. The world have discovered that all these people have not committed any terrorist act. Nigeria state and their politicians are the real terrorists. And we cannot keep quiet while the real terrorists are branding us terrorists. No, we will defend our names, we will defend our new nation, we will defend our people. Many of the world have watched as the reintegrated terrorists supported by the Nigerian state behead teachers in front of their pupil. Again, the United States of Biafra government want to use this opportunity to commiserate with thousands of indigenous Nigerians and indigenous Biafrans whose loved ones have been taken away by these reintegrated terrorists brought in by the Nigerian government and Bianco Ojukwu and Peter Obi and Charles Soludo. We commiserate with them. They are helpless. There's nothing they can do. There is no government. There's no leadership. The terrorists have taken over. So if you're kidnapped, you're gone. Nobody can help you. The army are reintegrated terrorists. The police are reintegrated terrorists. The special squad are reintegrated terrorists. Their primary agenda is the Islamization of Nigeria. So how can you call a DPO, who is a reintegrated terrorist, to send help to help somebody or an indigenous Nigeria that have been kidnapped. That will never happen. I thank God that the United States of Biafra people have come together to exit that terrorist country. And I'm calling on the Nigeria military police special squad to leave our nation, because the children of those you've killed in the past, they will never let you be. You can't go free. The earlier we talk peacefully, the better. Mine is to ensure there is peace. The more you try to make this process stay longer, the deadlier is going to be on both sides.
Yes, Yogo.
On both sides. I promise you that.
Yes, yeah.
I am here for peace.
Right.
My job is to facilitate this process,
As
quickly as possible, so that everyone
Fasina peace, ya de on mano him ya ka audited the look or one that you are the one to can now.
will go and start rebuilding themselves, start rebuilding their nation. That is what I am here for. That is why I am here. That is why I'm calling for peace. The tactics of the Nigerian state to continue to prolong this freedom fighting, to prolong this process by bringing in mercenaries from Turkey, from Syria, from Iran, from Iraq. The longer they plot this, the shorter the United States of Biafra use the right way to stop you. Because we already know. I know what you do. I know the tactics. I know how it works. That is why I'm here. The earlier we process this, the better for everyone. I've called on the Nigerian politicians to stop attacking the new Christian nation of the United States of Biafra. Stop attacking them. Stop attacking the people. Remember, we were a nation between 1967 and 1970. The evil that Nigeria state did to our people in partner with some foreign countries can never happen anymore. Now the world has seen the real story.
Exactly.
The blockade of food to Biafran children that caused over 3 million people to die. 3 million children that died of kwashiorkor between 67 and 70. That will never happen again, not under my watch. That is why the earlier we talk, the better. The earlier we talk, the better. Those children that survived that kwashiorkor, they are alive right now. They are not joking. They are very, very, very mean. The earlier we discuss on a peaceful separation, the better. You cannot use elongating this process, thinking that what worked for you in the past will work again. Time is of the essence. No person, no organization, no country can stop the full restoration of the United States of Biafra. We met all the necessary requirements put by the United Nations, by the African Union, and all international bodies for our self-determination, our freedom, and our state. We met them on the video declaration conditions, the UN charters for self-determination, the African Union laws guiding human rights, the international laws for decolonization, where a people have the right to use whatever
Get to them.
ever possible, the highest anything possible for them to decolonize themselves from their colonizers. We are going to use that. Again, I am open for discussion before we get to that level. I want to make it clear for Nigerian politicians, the Nigerian law can never override international laws. When they tell you Nigeria is just some stupid, indivisible nonsense, Nigeria law cannot trump international laws for human rights, for self-determination, for decolonization. These international laws gave Nigeria the right to be a state, to be a nation. So whatever the Sokoto Caliphate and the Nigeria Fulanese have put or called their constitution cannot trump international laws. Again, there is death on both sides. Those that their parents, brothers, sisters have been killed by the reintegrated terrorists that were recruited into the Nigerian police military special squad, they will not allow any Nigerian military or police to go free in the 40 states of Biafra. That is why I call for immediate negotiation and peace on both sides. Moving forward, only the United States of Biafra citizens should take charge of all the vigilante groups in the 40 states of Biafra to enable us to fight the Fulani terrorists that have entered our land. Again, only the United States of Biafra citizens should take charge of all the vigilante groups in the 40 states of Biafra to enable us to fight the Fulani reintegrated terrorists in the Biafra territory. Again, now, all the chiefs, the Igwes, in the past, we did not allow that to happen because the Nigeria state was using actively the powers of the AK-47 to suppress and kill and take away Biafra people. As we've declared our new nation, only the United States of Biafra citizens will be in charge of all the vigilante groups in the 40 states of Biafra. So I'm calling on all the Igwes, all the chiefs, all the local government chairs, just like Iwanyamu has said, the leader of Ohanese and Ndibo, there is nothing that will stop us from protecting the 40 states of the United States of Biafra. The United States of Biafra
Do well and touch the like button.
will take over all
Touch the like button
of the 40 states of Biafra. I call on the 40 state Biafra governors, all the Igwes, all the local government heads to give them the support they need to fight these reintegrated terrorists that are brought into Nigeria and into Biafra land. And again, I thank all those that are already involved in their different states. The United States of Biafra envisioned elite squad, United States of Liberation Army and the Defense Forces will continue to support. We continue to support these Biafrans that will take over the vigilante of the whole 40 states of Biafra. Again, I want to clarify, there is nothing like ESN in the 40 states of Biafra and in the whole Biafra territory. The Prime Minister collapsed everything ESN into the Biafra Defense Force and the Biafra Liberation Army, and both are now collapsed into the United States of Biafra envisioned elite squad. These individuals go through the highest form of training based on international humanitarian laws to safeguard and defend our land, and our people under the Secretary of Defense of the United States of Biafra, General Rabbi. On that note, I thank every Biafran. I welcome all of you. Continue to donate. As you all know, Nigeria, Bianco, Juku, Peter Obi, Charles Soludo, Fubara, Oti, Mba, Uzodima, they are reaching out to the Islamic countries like Turkey to supply them with more AK-47 to continue to kill the Christians and indigenous Nigerians. You must support the United States of Biafra so that we can defend our people and safeguard our territory. Thank you so much, Biafrans, for listening to me, and may God bless all of us. Over to the fundraisers. Thank you so much, Famdi.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's wonderful. That's great. Well delivered. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Oh, yeah. To continue, I just have an update on our bank account. We have a new account for the New Dimension mandate site. I forwarded this on all the platforms, and then I'm going to put it, Honorable Christopher is going to help put it on the chat section. For those of you, this update is only on New Dimension mandate site. We also have a new Bitcoin, account is there. Please pay attention. This is the only thing that changed. The other site, UnitedStatesOfBiafra.org, nothing changed there. But on New Dimension mandate, we have a new bank account. And also, if you want to send us anything in Bitcoin, we now have an account for it. So this update is really important. And I'm sure a lot of you have seen it. I did post it on both the Telegrams and then on WhatsApp. So for today, we are here again in building a free Biafra. From what Her Excellency said, is we're building a free Biafra. It's a humanitarian fundraising for the liberation and our nation building. And also to help bring innocent Biafrans out from the Nigerian terrorist hand and dungeon. The innocent Biafrans that have done nothing, that have not committed any crime. They go in the middle of the night on the road, in their places of, school and everything, just even on the road. They pick them up. Just pick a citizen up for doing nothing. So me, for being a Biafran, is already committing a crime. Where on earth does that happen? That's what they're doing to us. And we are doing fundraising to ensure that we bring our children, our fathers, our mothers, that we bring out innocent Biafrans that are wrongly incarcerated and kidnapped. Now, which Elenke for the terrorists, ISWAP, Fulani, Boko Haram, they're chasing us, kidnapping us, killing us, burning us, roasting us. And then also the innocent ones, the innocent Biafrans going on the road are being kidnapped, imprisoned by the police, the terrorist Nigerian army on the road. So for this corner, they kidnap us. For that corner, they kidnap us. In the church, they kidnap us. And that's the reason why we are doing this fundraising. And we're going to continue to do it for these humanitarian purposes. On this note, I'm going to have to hand over to Honorable Mouthpiece. Honorable Mouthpiece, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Famdian. You are now, I'm giving you the another accolade that is for as on no rhetor. For all you said today.
Mouthpiece one obioma.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. So the first person is Princess Udwa.
That the 300,000 AJ from Homeland is still one of our United States of Biafra private donors that give us
anonymous.
That gave us $1 million AJ 2 weeks ago. Thank you so much. Right.
Thank you. We need more anonymouses. Please be bringing it, okay? Thank you, all anonymouses. God bless you. May the God of Biafra bless you. Thank you. All right. So we'll now go to Honorable Justin Anonye Odozo. The mic is yours, man.
Modumegu State. Uchenna.
So today is our fundraising, and from Maryland State here.
Okay.
And 65 agents. Just doing the little we can.
Thank you.
Good afternoon from here. Thank you also.
Remain poised to moving forward and nobody will stop us. 50
state of Biafra or in the whole Biafra territory as we speak, nothing like ESN. The original ESN that was founded by Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu to protect Biafra territory from the reintegrated terrorists brought in by the Nigeria state. Immediately, Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu was taken away. The Nigeria state colluded and bribed people like Benjamin Madubugo, Kenguru, Aguchina Sanworu, Jovika, Ijala. They bribed them. Maybe I'll remove Ijala because Ijala's case is different. But these other people, the Nigeria state bribed them and told them they will hijack the ESN. And they want them to move the ESN that Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu founded to work for the Nigeria state governor.
Can we get an salary because to them, salary then is not enough for them to share. Talk more on ESN. So they're quietly now let the Southeast governors be giving these guys salaries while we arrange this one for ourselves here. Huh? It is well. Again,
including Charles Saludo, Peter Oti, Fubara, Uzodimma, all these delegitimized governors currently existing in the United States of Biafra territory. So they agreed, they took the money from the Nigerian state. And then they told those ESN, founded by Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu, that all of them must now collapse and work for the Nigeria state in the delegitimized governors' control. And some of them agreed. Some of them that refused to do that, the Nigeria state, using people like this, Benjamin Madugo, they killed those innocent ESN people founded by Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu. They killed them.
Your Excellency, you remember that when they were calling it ESN, they now made them together and now call them Ebubago. But when everyone heard that Ebubago are the ones killing Biafrans and everyone, they now changed it again to other names.
Yeah. So what? So yeah, that's true. So they killed because they were genuine Biafrans that were following the footsteps of our leader Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu, and they refused to work for the Nigeria terrorist state. This Chinasanwori, Benjamin Madubugo, Jovika, Ikengu Ruago, they colluded. They are still colluding as we speak right now. They colluded with the Nigerian state and killed these innocent Biafrans that were following Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu. So what the honorable speaker who just spoke have said is the fact.
Oliver, no.
Anyone in Biafra territory saying anything about ESN is fraudulent. Again, recently you can see some of them springing up here and there just because our PM is no longer here. They are springing up, making noise. Oh, ESN here. ESN is nothing because after Onyendu was taken 5 years apart, the prime minister was in charge. He collapsed ESN into the Biafra Liberation
Army,
and the Biafra Defense Force. So anyone, I can see some few mediocres springing up here and there. Anyone now coming up to just mentioning anything ESN, that means that we are not following Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu. If they were following Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu, they must have followed the Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. And if they never followed PM Simon Ekpa, they cannot be in this struggle at this time. They cannot. So Biafrans, be on the look for anyone, any individual saying anything about ESN. There's nothing like ESN. Again, I wanted to also remind Biafrans of those that are following some faceless individuals like China Sanworu, people like Benjamin Madubuga. These are people that are behind the scene working with the Nigerian state, terrorist state, to continue to kill Biafrans. If you are following any leader and one day you have not seen that person come out publicly, just the way I am doing, to address his people, to address the world, you must desist from following such individuals. You must stop. Let them show their face. Then you will know that they are genuine. Then you will know that they are real. If all they do is call you on the phone behind the scene in the middle of the night to bribe you and tell you their plans, they are fake. Desist from listening to them. Tell them to show their face to the world. Then you will follow them. Another thing I want to address is, as you all know, I'll be running for a Senate position in the state of Georgia. And the United States of America President Donald Trump wants everyone to go home and build their nation. It's a fair position because you cannot be the best of everything. You can be the best of doctor in America, the best of engineer in Europe, the best of lawyer in Israel, the best of everything, but in your own country, in Biafra territory, the Fulani terrorists are beheading the teachers in your community. Your citizens are dying of the basic medical conditions that you can take care of. You live in Europe, you live in America, you live in the best of houses, you buy the best properties, you excel in your profession. But in your country, in the United States of Biafra, your mothers are being raped by the Fulani terrorists, brought in by Tinubu and Bianco Juku and Peter Obi and Christopher Musa. The home that your father, your grandfather built is being burnt down by Charles Soludo because your brother is a Biafran. That's all. The farmland established by your father and your mother is being destroyed by the cows brought in by Tinubu and Christopher Musa and Peter Obi in Biafra land. And you are claiming to be the best engineer abroad. Shame on you.
Mm.
The question you need to ask yourself, how long are you going to continue to exist in the United States of America, in Europe, in London, in Germany, in Switzerland? How long will you live there? Where will your children be? Where will your grandchildren be? That was why during our declaration, the United States of Biafra actually said that what we are doing is for us, for our forefathers, for our children, and for our grandchildren. If you don't play your part right now in this freedom that we've secured, your children and grandchildren will have no place to go, and they cannot live forever in a foreign man's land.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you born them in America, even if your children were born in Europe, in London, in Switzerland, and everywhere, that land that your mother and father and grandfather has secured for you, where you grew up, if you don't protect and secure that same land, you are a failure. Mark
Very
my
correct.
word. Because tomorrow, one of your kids will ask you or tell you, Mommy, Daddy, I want to go to the village of my grandfather, of my grandmother. And if you have no place to show them, or if you tell them, oh, do not go, they are killing people, we can't do anything about it, you are a failure. Mm-hmm. That is why everyone listening to me, you must play your role, no matter how small, to ensure that the delegitimized governors in the United States of Biafra territory, they leave Biafra land. The Nigeria agents in Biafra territory, they must leave Biafra land. The reintegrated terrorists brought into the 40 states of Biafra, you must make them leave Biafra territory. I am doing my own very well, and I'm very, very happy Biafrans are doing their own very, very well. The United States of America wants the citizens, their military, their police to protect America from the globalist terrorists that are being built by Nigeria and Turkey and all these other countries, Iran and Iraq. So American soldiers will protect America first. And it is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do. That is why I'm in the race to help the American president to ensure that the United States of Biafra Christian nation is fully protected. And I have Biafran people to protect Biafra territory from the terrorists that are being sent by the Nigerian state, by Turkey, by Iran, and by Iraq. If we don't fight against these terrorists, we will have no place for our children and our grandchildren to exist. So it's all connected, regardless of the way you see it. It is our duty. And I'm calling on the Nigerian state who are forcefully occupying Biafra territory. My patience is limited. On a weekly basis, I meet with over 35 different communities from the 40 states of Biafra land on what they want to do. My patience is limited. I'm calling on the Nigerian state. I'm calling on Peter Obi, Bianco, Juku, and Co. Remove anything Nigeria from the 40 states of Biafra. Stay and work for Nigeria. You cannot continue to forcefully occupy Biafra territory. The earlier we do this, the better for everyone. We do not want to throw that part of the world into another world war. The better, the earlier we do this, the earlier we engage in the peace talk, the better. I am always open for peaceful negotiations. I also want to let everyone listening to me on what Tinubu and Bianco Ojukwu and Peter Obi and Co are doing. They are going around to some diaspora countries engaging in financial crimes and stuff like that. That is exactly what the Nigerian state is doing. Nigeria is collecting thousands of dollars from terrorist states. No one is reporting that, but their politicians, Nigerian politicians like Bianco Ojukwu and their agents in America, in Europe, they are telling them to report innocent Biafran accounts to some financial institutions. I have the report and I present our case. And they said, do not worry about them. Go ahead and continue doing what you are doing. So again, I want to let them know this is what the Nigerian state and their agents in America and Europe are doing to some United States of Biafra citizens. Do not be moved, USB citizens. Continue to donate more and more and more for us to stop the terrorist state of Nigeria. The United States of Biafra is a sovereign nation. And we have filed the different legal documents and papers in different courts to prove our case. And I thank God. And I thank some of the institutions that reviewed the case. And they've told me, do not worry, just continue doing what you are doing. So for those that think that the fraudulent report sent to them by Nigerian state, by Bianco Ojukwu and Co, will make any meaning, will make any change, I want to let you know, Nigeria is the real terrorist. Bianco Ojukwu, Peter Obi, Charles Soludo, all these politicians that are struggling to have one position or the other in the Nigerian state, they are the real terrorists, terrorizing us to stop us from defending our new Christian nation, the United States of Biafra. And I want to tell you Do not take anything Nigeria government or their politicians have told you. Don't take it as anything. It don't mean nothing. They are the ones committing the crimes. These Biafrans are innocent Biafrans fighting every day to stop the Fulani terrorists that Nigeria state and their politicians have brought into Nigeria, beheading teachers, killing people every day. Allow Biafrans to build one of the best countries in the world that will even benefit you. Do not fight the United States of Biafra people or the government. Again, I want to use this opportunity to thank the state of Odomebu for launching their radio and television station.
Beautiful, beautiful. Oh my goodness.
Beautiful. And I also want to encourage all the 40 states of Biafra. I know some of them are already having the project to launch your radio and TV stations. That way you can reach to the grassroots in your state to communicate to them, to alert them when Tinubu and Christopher Musa are sending the terrorists in your communities. And then more importantly, no Fulani terrorist is allowed in any 40 states of Biafra. Anywhere you see them, they must move out from your land. They must move. And the other time I talked to the United States of Biafra Envision elite on how they move the Fulani terrorists that enter our community with the cows, pretending to be taking care of the cows and all that. Meanwhile, in the night, they use their motorbikes with guns. Mm-hmm. I have pictures, I have videos of how these Fulani terrorists that are brought into the Biafra territory, how they hide their guns under the motorbikes they use as Okada people everywhere. And again, some of these trainings and all that have been communicated to the United States of Biafra Envision elite, where they need to search when they see these Okada Fulani that are in Biafra territory to get the guns, the AK-47 given to them by Bianco Juko and Tinubu and Christopher Musa. So when you see these Fulani terrorists with cows, again, it's from county to county. Each of the county vigilantes, United States of Biafra, you tell them to move. They must move. So you move them from one county. When you get to the next county, you call the leader, the USB Envision leader, BLA or BDF, or the elite in that county to move them. You allow them that you are bringing in some of these Fulani terrorists and their cows, and they are moving upwards. You move them upwards into continuously, either to the west or to the middle belt or to the northern part of Nigeria. So as you move from one county to the other, you alert the other county commander that they are on their way so that they wait for you. Once they arrive the other county, that county will take over from there and move them from that county. That is how we continue moving them from one county to the other, to the other, until we move them to the western part of Nigeria, the middle belt part of Nigeria, onto the northern part of Nigeria. Again, the United States of Biafra Defense Secretary, Rabbi.
Mazi Humbo, I think he is fine. The only thing is that I think he changed location. He changed location. So I think he's fine. I do see his program at times. And when you change location, your time change, everything. We program change. So that is that. So I think he is fine.
I don't know if you're on the line. I know the trainings have been done to majority of the United States of Biafra Envision elite on how to move the Fulani terrorists from one county to the other until they exit Biafra land. Is General Rabbi online here, please?
Honorable.
Is General Rabbi here? I know he's been having problem with.
He has been coming in and out. So okay. I don't know if he's here.
Rabbi comes in, maybe he will talk a little bit about this. But again, overall, No Fulani terrorist or cow is allowed in the Biafra territory. Again, the legitimized governors in Biafra territory working for the Nigerian state are not allowed in Biafra territory. We have voted, the Biafran people, 80 million have passed a vote of no confidence on these delegitimized governors. If you all remember, when our PM was around, we voted to delegitimize the Nigerian governors. They have no business in Biafra territory at this time because they are the one that bring in those terrorists, those reintegrated terrorists that cut off the head of our people, burn our homes, forcefully remove our people in the middle of the night. People like Iken Gurago, China Sanworu, Benjamin Mudo, these people are the agents of the Nigerian state. They are not wanted in Biafra territory. And if you are a Biafran working in any of these organizations that I mentioned, you must leave them immediately. You must leave them. You can move to the northern part of Nigeria or to the western part of Nigeria. After we've secured our territory, we will judge everyone on an individual basis, case by case, on how you become part of the Nigerian state to swear your people, Limi, be part of those that are removing innocent Biafrans. But I'm telling you, you can never win this battle against Biafran. How many are you going to remove? How many Biafrans can get swimming? How many Biafrans can get Tuaka for the Nigerian Fulani terrorists to rule? We are millions. You can never win. And we are not going to give you the space to continue. That's why I'm calling Tinubu, Christopher Musa, Bianco, Jukubito, Obi, and Co. We have to stop as quickly as possible because this destruction is happening on both sides. The people that the Nigerian state have killed their mothers and breadwinners and fathers years ago, they will never allow any Nigerian military or police to cross their community without revenging that death. And I see now the Nigerian state is afraid. They send out like 20, 30 hillocks, many of them at one time. No matter the tactics you use, you can never win it because after you send out those 20, 30, 50, 100 hillocks, those reintegrated terrorists recruit into the police and army. Each of them will go to their different homes. They don't sleep together. Remember, they will not go home and sleep together. They go individually to the houses, to the homes you give them. And Biafrans know those homes. That is why I'm calling on this peace talk as quickly as possible. Go ahead.
Wow. Wow.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you so much. The thing is, sorry, who's speaking?
Update. Honorable
okay,
John.
go ahead, Honorable. Okay, go ahead, Honorable.
Yeah, I'm sorry to update from Mazi Austin Williams, Maryland, donating $100.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable.
But because they want to protect their mandate.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for what you do. Thank you so much. The state of Odimegu, 2,500.
Yeah, that was anonymous. What you do always. You're highly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much from the Igbed herself. Thank you so much, our DPM.
Yeah.
I just want to tell you the sick and
yeah. Thank you so very much, Simon. Again, I truly appreciate the services of United States of Biafra independent media. And it's like more days, more people are coming into the scene to protect their motherland. This is not a task for Onyedu Nnamdi Kanu alone, or for Prime Minister Simon Ekpa alone, or for Dr. Oroboeze. This is not a task for Simon Ekpa to be taking all the bullets, while the Biafrans that he's protecting are just doing their own thing. Some calling him different names, some branding him terrorist, some calling him he's killing our people, some calling him he's saving our people. Now, alone and be preaching alone. No, they've done their part. This is now the time for Biafrans, the 80 million Biafrans, to take this freedom, which we already got in their hand, and run with it, and make sure no one, no country, no individual, no organization takes it away from us. That is the time we are in. That's why we keep saying, anyone you're gonna do, you know you are good at, no matter how small. Don't think it's not important. Even if your job in the state of Ikemba is every now and then you call a meeting of your community and tell them we got our freedom and we must protect our freedom. Even if you do that once every week, is enough. You don't have to reinvent the wheels. The freedom that people get comes from a collective effort of everyone who realizes that the condition you are in now in Nigeria is bad, and nothing can change that. The Fulani terrorists, if they kidnap you tomorrow, you can shout from now to the kingdom come. There'll be no police to save you. There'll be no army to save you, because the Nigerian police basic agenda is to Islamize the whole country. So you can cry from now till thy kingdom come. Nobody will save you. The best thing for you to do is to fight for your own country, no matter how small. And we've got in that country. I want to use this opportunity to thank the independent media. These are young men and women, elderly, young. Every single day, they devote their time on social media to propagate, to tell the world the truth about the Biafra nation, about the 80 million Biafrans, about the stories, the histories that are peculiar to our people. Do this round the clock. They don't work. No matter how small you have, use that to support them so that they can continue and have the power to do what they do every single day. Between 1967 and 1970, the edge that the Nigerian terrorist state had on Biafra soldiers was because we didn't have the media to propagate our cause, to talk our cause, to tell the world our stories. Thank God to people like Elon Musk. Thank God to people like the United States of Biafra, United States of America President Donald Trump, that are now letting the world know the true story of what is happening in Nigeria. So these independent medias, we must support them. Whatever you have, even if it's $1, even if it's 1 AJ, every now and then, just chip it in for them so that they can continue to do their own part while you do your own part. Again, I want to thank all the stakeholders in the 40 state of Biafra. I had a very fruitful meeting with them a few days ago. Over 200 of them. Thank you all for what you do in the 40 state of Biafra. Continue to do that which you have told me you will be doing. I want to thank the United States of Biafra Independent Media, the Ada Simon. Thank you so much. And the lawyer, that attorney that was on the media, Kaimi, to educate the world about the Biafran history. I encourage everyone, please go and listen to that lawyer. I know it took time. I even fell asleep while I was listening. And when I woke up, I have to start from where I started. Listen to the end of it. Is very, very educative, very informative. So again, I encourage every Biafran to listen to that. I want to thank Kai TV for what you do every day, Kelena TV, Ezekuna TV, Real Biafra TV, Progress the Analyst, True Light of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, Biafra Exodus, Rose, Amicable TV, Mama Simon Edna, the Abia State Media, Ekenwa here, our tweeters on Jonathan. Thank you so much, Pascal. What you do every day. The stakeholders in the 40 states, SND, Buena, South Africa, the Biafra War Room. I thank you so much. The Homeland Media is headed by Mazi Sunshine. Thank you so much. I thank Gozie, Chidima Ugoife, Okanume Uchechukwu, Bekeibo. Thank you all so much. If I don't remember your name, just know that I'm updating my list every day for the United States of Biafra Independent Media. Again, what we're doing every day is what we materialize into the United States of Biafra Information Department. Because what we're doing, we cannot just sweep it under the rug. That's why I keep.
I am still monitoring the Dr. Ngozi Arabeza's visit to Finland. So I will hook that with here. I will hook it here from Brother Kai report. Faka Bidoro. So Fabido, I will hook it here.
Encouraging every Biafran.
Fabido Rana, I will hook up immediately. So let's continue.
Whatever you can do in your own little space, your children must go back to the 40 state of Biafra. That is why you must take what we are doing very, very seriously. And you must be able to decipher those that are paid by Soludo and the delegitimized governor. You will immediately differentiate them from the genuine Biafrans that are moving Biafrans to the homeland. You must do your own little part. When we all do the little part that we can do, our nation will be protected. Again, and I'm very, very happy. The report I'm getting is that many thousands of Biafrans are doing
Lord, come to our aid as a nation, bless us and cleanse our land. Help us to defeat all our numerous enemies. And above all, help us to get more allies. For today's activities,
here is the program. Ireland.
Because
so let's enjoy it together. I hooked up from our brother Kai report.
Commit everything unto your able hands. All this we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator. Your prayer is well received. So the next on the line is we welcome the Otundi Bolongford. I hope Otundi Bolongford is.
Maggi chicken flavor with onions, celery, and turmeric. My game changer.
Individually, there is no problem. While we wait for them while we proceed. So the next agenda on the line is a presentation, the presentation and the breaking up. Okay. As agreed, we are joined close to with Belgium, and what we're going to do, because the people we are presenting the color to are not here right now, so we still have to do the needful. Do we have representatives from Belgium? Are they here? Just called on the island. We should also have from Belgium. James. Husband is here. Done head of Mitch. Yes, ma'am. For Parola, no case here. Yeah, you're welcome, brother. So, but this color, giving this color supposed to be given to our guests, but they are not here. But we have to proceed. I don't know if that is okay, but when they start coming in, we will not give color anymore. So I don't know if it's appropriate to continue with the giving of the color, because already presentation of color needs them to be here. Honorable Justina, please, do we have tools for are they here? Can you please introduce them, please?
Yes, I think I've seen the of Igbo Union Brussels in person of Mr. Bokon Ibekwe, Akajo for one of Belgium.
Mazi Oluchi Nwago.
I think, please, I can acknowledge your presence.
And he always show Kelena TV kindness. So over there, over this meeting,
Mr. Paul,
I promised him
one time
when of our brother I we book from there, and that is where we are now.
I think I've seen him here.
I'm Mother Clement. I'm a camera. It's a show that all I need to know. I'm the belief. I did a young mother. Go to the young man. Your days belong. Yeah. As the introduction has said, I am Mazin Ibekwe, Belgium. Belgium. So I was invited as a guest in your honorable food by my friend, Chief Okaf Roberts.
So I try to honor his invitation to be here and listen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Next on the agenda is our DPN speech.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. So again, I don't have to say just to
My programmer, they keep the time.
Again,
According to them, 7 o'clock the other time, and they are already on.
As you all know, we're
before that 7.
definitely
That is
pushing
9.
onward. And everyone mute their phone. We are very small here. There shouldn't be any noise on this little congregation. I want to thank all of you for what you do every day. As I was saying, our task right now is food protection and takeover of our land. We are doing that gradually based on our unique nature and the unique circumstances that surround our declaration and our independence. We are successfully doing that.
Terrorism in West Africa. The sudden upsurge and the sudden spectacles.
Opo 838, please. Can you?
Yeah, thank you so much. We are doing that gradually based on our unique circumstances, which is we're a new nation that was declared with a terrorist state in charge in all our environment. They still want to continue to do that, but the tide of time is against them. The information that the world leaders need to either stay neutral or support the USB is out there. And as it stands right now, no foreign country, regardless of how Nigeria bribes them or how closely they've worked with Nigeria in the past, none of them would like to publicly come out at this time to support Nigeria in what they're doing.
Very
Some
correct.
of you may not know, but Nigeria executives and administrators are not allowed to enter certain Western countries. That's why you see a lot of activities which Tinubu and Co are doing.
Even Arab.
But for the government, we are very, very focused. We are steady on what we're doing. We have declared our independence on November 29, 2024. We are gradually working towards the requirement and towards our recognition. And we hope that that recognition will come. It's just a matter of time. But the most important thing is those legal documents that the Prime Minister told us to get ready in order to legally remove Nigeria from our territory. We have that right now, which includes our declaration document and all the things we have done, the self-referendum, the reports, the support. So we're doing well on that angle. In Homeland, we have our structure. Our case is very unique and different. Some people in some countries, they got their independence by just answering government in exile. Our case is unique. We have government in exile. We also have structures in Homeland, which is really helping us to facilitate the full restoration of the United States of Biafra. Those structures in Homeland are fully active. even though on a downplayed basis, but our international allies knows that those structures are ready to roll from day one of our recognition. And that's a very huge thing that any country that is seeking recognition should be able to have a structure. We know there are so many things going on in the area of open declaration of recognition. We know it's going to come. It's not something that happens overnight, but it's something that is gradually coming based on some of the actions of our allies all over the world. Countries like the United States of America has used different methods to show support to the Christian nation of the United States of Biafra. I want us to always note that Christian nation of the United States of Biafra, because that word is kind of helping us gain a lot of traction.
Thank you. Thank you.
Terrorist state of Nigeria. The support for the Christian nation of the United States of Biafra is something that recently that will play with. It is absolutely important. The thing is, it's just going to be a matter of time. And we are open to any world leader that is out to support us. We have countries that are being supported by different world leaders. So we're not putting our egg in one basket. Anywhere we have the help initially, I think we are going to always take it. The conditions is something we will always ensure that it does not suffer the people of the United States of Biafra. So, the recognition will come. One thing I try to let people know is to stay the course and do whatever they got, the little they can do in their own little way. It adds up, no matter how small it may look. And I'm very, very happy that their friends are getting that, moving towards that angle and doing so many things on their own. As long as it's done under the umbrella of the United States of Biafra, we don't have any problem. Again, it's like I said, it's going to be a gradual process. We just stay the course and continue to do what we're doing. Nigeria is currently forcefully occupying a sovereign nation, no matter what they do, no matter how they pretend. Many of them, the reality is hitting on them that for true, this is it. It's no longer in the past when they come and dump any information on the news media and get away with it, or where they come and lie to people like Peter Bill, we just come out and just keep lying and keep confusing people with all these terrorist political parties that Nigeria is leading. So not anymore, because some of us will really reduced some of them to a very low level in the public. Based on some of the things they were trying to ignore. And then recently I was reading some of the nonsense Peter B's posts. It's like he's making a U-turn, trying to more criticize Nigeria, trying to say before when he says a new Nigeria is possible, he was basically referring to one Nigeria. But now, when I read the things he posts, I say a new Nigeria is possible, I think he's kind of now deviating and recognizing that there could be a different way for something to exist. But regardless, overall, it will be the enemy of the United States of Biafra. Obatubi said it when he was around, but at this time, mine is to be able to really expose his stupidity to the international world that before has thought that the man is a sane individual, to now know that he's really part of the problem of Nigeria, because you cannot have your successor, Charles Soludo, forcefully moving innocent Biafrans every night, and you people who are coming out on the social media to carry the propaganda that you're trying to make anything better. No, that's not going to happen. But again, overall, we know that we are doing well. I know so far his help, his hope is not going to come from Nigeria because we don't even expect Nigeria to help him. It is what we do as a nation to exact our authority. Those are the things that will make them live on the kind of the same thing with our PM, whose appeal is coming up around August. All these things are ongoing, but we also have to remember the Nigerian government is not going to fold their hands and allow Biafra to be a free nation. So they keep fighting, like Onyedu has said. There are over $20 billion to fight our freedom. So everyone should have that at the back of their mind.
Exactly.
But the most important thing is the fight Nigeria is giving to us is not going to come from afar. It's going to come from those that are inside and pretending to be Biafra citizens. They are the ones they will always use. Fulani will always use those inside to fight the same set of people. But overall, we are moving forward. We've established our cases in most part of the world, in most papers in the world, thanks to the Foreign Affairs Department and what they're doing to sustain that momentum of submitting our legal documents on the tables of some of these countries. Some media can only stick to that, some may not want to hear about that, some may welcome that, but we don't care. It's none of our business. All we know is we continue to inform those that want to hear what we are saying. Those that refuse to hear what we're saying, we will continue to just deliver those documents on their table, whether they agree or not. It's none of our business. It does not tamper with the legal right we have, both from the Montevideo Convention, from the United Nations Charter, from the African Union Charters, from the Commonwealth Charters, from international humanitarian charters. We have all those documents established as an independent nation. That's why I keep telling people that the United States of Biafra on November 28, 2024 is different from the United States of Biafra on November 30th. That 29th has made a lot of difference. That 29th has kind of protected 80 million Biafrans to fight for their freedom from the Nigeria terrorist state. So we're doing well on that. On the homeland, our elites are doing the best they can based on the resources they have, and we'll continue to do that until we have our recognition or we have the resources we need from our allies to help us to fight the terrorist state of Nigeria. But until then, we must continue to do what we have to do in our own little way to ensure that the terrorists leave our country. That's why the Nigeria Must Go was launched. And many of them are gradually understanding what the meaning of that is, whether they like it or not, whether they are exacting their gun control on the
Sonia, tomato mix, stand up. Is it to open? Is it to squeeze? Is it to scoop and is it to stop? Dishes come alive with so much taste.
Sonia tomato mix in a new stand-up pouch.
And anyone have any questions from me, I'll be able to take that because I have another meeting maybe in the next 2 hours. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister of the United States of Biafra. Thank you for always being present whenever we call. I pray the Lord God Almighty will give you the strength, the wisdom, the knowledge, all that you need to lead this board. Well, now I welcome every one of us present here in this meeting today. Biafra worldwide honorables, Foreign Affairs Department, and also friends of Biafrans present here. We'll now move to the next agenda for the day, which is the constitutional fulfillment of the USA government. I will be welcoming Honorable Luke. Honorable Luke, please, are you here? You can unmute.
Thank you, my Honorable, Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, members of Cabinet, secretaries of the United States of Biafra, governors and deputy governors from the 40 states of the United States of Biafra, all reps, mission heads across the world, and leaders that have honored the invitation to be here today. We welcome you and we do acknowledge everyone and all protocols observed. My name is Luke Iwunze. I am from Olu State of the United States of Biafra, and I serve as head of mission the United States of Biafra in Australia and Oceania. On 6th of February 2026, the Administrative Review Tribunal of Australia, with Tribunal number 2311102, they set aside a refusal decision and determined that the Biafran applicant met the refugee criteria under Section 36, bracket 2 and bracket 3 of the Migration Act of 1958. The tribunal found the existence of a real chance of serious harm in Nigeria on ground of race, Biafran Igbo identity, and political opinion, restoration of Biafra independence. It expressly acknowledged credible risks, including extrajudicial detention, violence, and execution of Biafran activities by Nigerian regime security forces. So the tribunal further noted that the 1967 through to 1970 war resulted in an estimated 2 to 3 million deaths, and that no national reckoning has occurred. He recognized that Nigerian security forces remain vigilant in suppressing Biafran self-determination movements, and that diasporal political engagement may result in identification and targeting upon return. So this judicial determination by a sovereign democratic state constitute persuasive international recognitions that, number one, Biafra constitutes a distinctable identity. Biafrans advocating self-determination face systematic and discriminatory persecution. 3, effective protection is unavailable within Nigeria, particularly under its continuing unlawful military occupation of Biafran territory. The principle of non-refutal is engaged. So the Australian Tribunal's finding confirmed that the requisite legal threshold is satisfied in the case of the Biafran national, especially those identified as advocates of Biafran self-determination. This ruling was very significant to us in that practically Biafra, especially as a mission head, every document that the Foreign Affairs submitted was accepted. And that has given us such an amazing ground here that legally Australia has accepted United States of Biafra. So our people in this part of the world that are seeking, that have sought for this protection, they are getting it, and many more are also coming up. So to us, that is a big win. It shows what the difference that the government, being a government, a United States of Biafra government, the difference we play today and when we were just an organization. So we are no more an organization, we are a government. And operating on that level, the world is taking notice and they are giving us attention. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Honorable Luki. Welcome our guests. My name is Mazuche. I work with the Foreign Affairs Department. In addition to the court findings in Australia, they also refer to the legal instrument of the artists of Biafra as credible. They also recognize the capacity of the mission head of the artists of Biafra, represented by Honorable Luki Wonze, as also credible, and also the treasurer, who was the person of the subject matter. In addition to that recognition, they also recognize our Prime Minister, His Excellency Mavis Honepa, as the leader of the movement. They also recognize the concluded 50 million vote as a then. All these things were recognized and referred to as a qualified entity that a citizen can seek refuge on behalf. So, as we spoke with the lawyer who handled the case of these Biafrans, his legal translation was very simple, that Biafra is now legalized in Australia. Yes. In clear terms. So, what this means is that we are no longer in the era of social media explaining or trying to explain ourselves in social media. We have really did everything we can in terms of speaking out loud, letting the world to know what we are going through. And so far, so good. They are very much aware of our plight. So the only option is for us to look within and begin to explore our opportunities. And that is why we have begun to set up our administrative framework to ensure that we are functioning, which has amounted to this recognition from Australia. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you very much, Honorable Luke, and thank you very much, Honorable Ushe. I would still want us to hear some of the functional fulfillment of the USB government, and I will call Honorable Adindo to give us a brief summary of what our government has achieved so far. Thank you very much. Honorable Adindo.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adindo Sumoke, the Deputy Head of Mission for the United States of Biafra Mission in Belgium. To expand on what our Honorable said, further functional fulfillment that the USB government has done fulfillment of the USB government, gotten from the following two documents: the mandate of unification and the legal armor of our heritage, the Brazil diplomatic petition, National Identity Administration. We have been able to issue sovereign nationality certificates. We have been also able to issue national identity cards. We provide an alternative identity framework for persons identifying as Biafrans. Through diplomatic representation, establishing and operating missions in various countries, maintaining representatives and envoys abroad, conducting formal communication with governments and ministries, international advocacy, submitting petitions and memoranda to foreign governments, advocating for self-determination and human rights for international audiences, human rights protection, documenting alleged human rights abuses affecting Biafrans, advocating for protection against deportation and refoulement, supporting legal protection for individuals identifying as Biafrans, constitutional governance, adoption of a constitution on the 2nd of December 2024, operation under constitutional and administrative ordinances, maintenance of a legal framework for diaspora integration. Organizing missions and communities abroad, mobilizing diaspora participation in national development, legal and administrative.
Honorable, into just a moment, please. I just want to touch on the part you mentioned now, having meetings and so on. That is exactly what we're doing now. So it wouldn't look like it's just repeating documents. As we are now having this meeting, it is part of the function of the So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Legal and administrative infrastructure, creating sovereign instruments and administrative protocols, maintaining archives, registries, and documentation systems, establishing procedures for nationality and civil records, international legal engagement, referencing international law, treaties, and courts, certain legal pathways through institutions such as the ICCJ, national legal mechanisms to advance claims and petitions, mission and registry development, establishing registered missions in countries such as the Netherlands and Brazil, maintaining mission leadership, records, and administrative structures, preservation of historical and cultural identity, maintaining historical records relating to Biafra, promoting the Biafran heritage and identity, encouraging citizens to preserve and assert their cultural and national the International Council of Protection and Juridical Recognition, the Japan case of 2026. On the 27th of April 2026, The Osaka Regional Immigration Service Bureau, Japan, issued a landmark administrative decision releasing 2 United States of Biafra citizens into the custody of the United States of Biafra mission in Japan. The release was secured through the strategic deployment of the Notice of Non-Refusal, a sovereign instrument which the affected individual formally withdrew consent to be governed by colonial or predecessor state consulates, including Nigeria. The instrument asserted their status as citizens of the United States of Biafra and requested recognition of USB's protective and administrative authority. The resulting decision demonstrated the practical protective functions by the case is presented as evidence that international administrative institutions are increasingly engaging with U.S. implementation and administrative processes in matters concerning persons identifying as Biafran national. What's the proportional significance of this? This development presented as evidence of international consular protection.
She call me party starter, Gen Z president, Yastrata. The girlfriend, I'm a drip, I'm a swagger. Party starter.
The operation of sovereign instruments within international administrative processes. The practical exercise of diplomatic and protective governmental functions. The expansion of USB's international and diplomatic record. The functional fulfillment of statehood. The USB presents itself as a functional state, fulfilling the criteria associated interim leadership, cabinet structures, administrative institutions, and constitutional governance. The referendum mandate, representing the expressed will and self-determination aspirations of millions of Biafrans. Indigenous restoration and decolonization. Advancing principles consistent with the United States, with the United Nations, and African Union decolonization frameworks. National identity restoration through the issuance of sovereign identification documents and affirmation of Biafran nationality and identity. Territorial rights and administrative continuity. Maintaining claims relating to historical rights and governance responsibilities. Global diplomatic presence. Operating a worldwide network of diplomatic missions and representatives with international institutions and governments. The Osaka Immigration Bureau decision is presented as a practical example of USB exercising consular protection, diplomatic representation, nationality, administration, and international legal engagement. It is cited as evidence that USB institutions are functioning in capacities commonly associated with governmental administration and the protection of nationals abroad. I will now go over the Canadian petition. Functional fulfillment by the US, providing an alternative protective authority. The conduct of Nigerian state institutions create a need for an Biafran nation. It therefore represents USD as a functional successor, capable of providing good administration and protection. 2. Building an international legal record. The memorandum compiles and references court decisions from Canada and Kenya and presents them as evidence supporting USB's legal and diplomatic position. The document treats the collection and presentation of these detailed functions. 3. Diplomatic representation. The document is issued through USB's permanent mission and references international engagement with governments, the United Nations, and diplomatic missions worldwide. This reflects the claim to fulfillment of foreign affairs and diplomatic representation functions. 4. Nationals. The memorandum advocates for the rights of Biafran individuals, including those detained or persecuted abroad. It specifically addresses the cases of Biafran leadership and seeks judicial remedies and international intervention. This is presented as a consular and protective function of government. 5. Development of administrative and legal frameworks. The document repeatedly cites USB ordinances, mandates, reference numbers, and administrative procedures and policy frameworks. This is presented as evidence that USB has developed institutional structures rather than functioning solely as a political movement. Maintenance of international relations. The memorandum states that U.S. representatives across multiple continents and references registration and diplomatic activities in several countries. The document presents this.
Just a moment, Honorable, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to clarify our capacity in terms of representation. So based on the country info, which is an official document, software instrument, we have at least 66 missions representatives across the world in Africa, Asia, Europe, the whole of North America, Australia, and New Zealand.
The document presents this network as evidence of an operational international administration, pursuit of international recognition. The document repeatedly addresses the United Nations, governments, and international institutions seeking recognition of USB's status and authority. This reflects the traditional governmental functions of conducting international relations. The symbol of Biafra, acting as a protective authority for Biafran nation, maintain diplomatic relations and international engagement with building and presenting legal policy for international audiences, developing administrative and judicial remedies, operating a worldwide network of representatives of a successful administration capable of governance. Thank you very much. Back to you, Master.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adindo. Thank you very much. I believe every one of us here have heard from our two spokespersons the achievement of the US government. This is a young nation of 2 years, and we have achieved so tirelessly to make sure that Biafra land becomes the home of everyone in this world. I will want to call on Mr. Noso of the islands to give us a little presentation before I will move to the next agenda. Mr. Noso.
Just a moment. Remember our deputy prime minister mentioned that she will leave at some point. So if we can entertain our guests, they have had a lot from us. So maybe we can allow them to digest the information they have already received so that they can ask questions. They can refer so that she can address them before she leaves. Thank you very much.
But today Anthony again is here, and if you have any question, ask your question, introduce yourself, and ask your question. Thank you. Mazi Tony again. Tony, are you here? You are here. Oh? Yeah, we can. And here you can ask any question, any concern regarding the United States of Biafra and the activities, whatever you want to ask. Our deputy prime minister is here. You can ask her question now, please. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I know that our DPM has been doing a very good work. This is my first time of joining this meeting. I'm here for today. It's like observing things. So far, so good. I'm here also representing the Otundibo Island. At the moment, what they have been saying is so good to me, and I'm looking forward to the realization of United States of Biafra.
Please, please, can you tell us your name, give us a little, yourself, so that we can also get to you. Thank you very much.
Like I said before, my name is Mazi Anthony again. I'm from Imo State, Owerri.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. You're welcome too. And Honorable Mercy, please reach out to him so that support those sovereign instruments that goes to their friends all over the world so that they can also receive a copy and follow up, because our people need to get informed as to what is happening. So they have the privilege to identify as Biafrans. So those who are responsible to provide or make this information available for those they lead, because you're in a leadership position. So it is your responsibility to ensure that these documents are available to Biafrans who are in need of identifying or having to be identified and are facing any kind of international challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our brother from Otunde Island. We really appreciate you. We really do. So the next agenda on the line is anyone has any questions to ask our Deputy Prime Minister. This is the right time for anyone who has anything whatsoever that is bothering him or her. Please bring up your question so that our Deputy Prime Minister can clear whatever question you have or whatever thing you have on your mind that is unclear to you. Please.
Mazi Chijoke, please, you are here. Can you unmute, please, for the public of Ireland? Mazi Chijoke, there. Or you ask for a question, please, if you have anyone. Thank you.
So like, oh no, I wonder was because he was sitting on his phone. Did he have the option to ask to go home? Said yes, he did. He could see the visuals out. But when I told him to go back to the house, he started to calm down. But then about an hour and a half later, he went to go for a drive, and he was calm and happy the whole ride. Okay, now when I really finish that, could you just put into communication that
I think we have a hand of Tina. You can proceed with your question.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, all. My name is Tina Ngozi Clerke. I'm from Odimebo, Agwata Dice. I'm from Abu, Agwata, but I'm married to an Irishman. I don't have much to say, just to ask a question concerning my daughter's ID card. She has been captured for a long time now, but I'm not hearing anything about that. So I don't know. That's the only question I have.
Yeah, thank you so much. If you follow you, we said that we are printing the ID cards batch to batch. And the next third batch we are going to print. We want to make sure we have enough numbers before we approve the security company that is printing our ID to go ahead. In the past, we've printed batches of about 400, 500, and all that. Right now, we want to make sure we have as much number of people that have applied and have captured before we authorize them to print the next batch of ID. So if your daughter have done the capturing, just tell her to exercise patience. Okay. Thank you.
Bye, BPM. I love you. I'm from Odimebo. I love you so much. So continue doing what you're doing. God will protect you. All right. Bye. Thank you.
Okay, Tina, thank you. The next person online is Easy Way. Easy Way can bring your question forward.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everybody.
Yeah. Emana, I don't know if you I can make a Biafra. So, I don't permitted. Permitted. Okay. Aguan, Ekelen, if that would be in the island, you'll be in fact. No, Egypt. No, Egypt. Ihe was a kind of abuna as a nana a fugu pada anya fugu ya de kriya ta for we can click the cake maka come na becha kwari o ya na bo manya ngari to na DPR akuchi here before you are going to it because na imana I kubusi ke na USB so wonder na akpọ meeting since na ọbata obi Gabia Island. So it happened that yesterday, and okay, akpọrọ my mission head, see allocated them that from urban ability. So also go ahead. We yesterday urban ability. Now meeting how many become for bata obi. I was you know the DPR. No, no, go ahead. I was that the meeting here was on for Boka. Only one bro, Professor Chioma.
Alefule. Alefule.
I could remove my app for at this meeting. Deronya said the link. They are
Alefule.
Or you pass him over Camilla. What is happening?
Na prison.
So
trouble in every city.
At the USB. Now on the USB not because of Ngozi Arabes. Only for your product I know USB. Now I'm there. Now USB.
Alefule.
I am happy on the car. See how people can for her. See how you now. Because even you now declare Biafra. I'm on the 29th of November 2024. I say Mumba. Now I declare here. Come on, you remember that day.
Okay.
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 On the 2nd of November.
Original.
So I want to say, okay, I think I do the I said, I'm more than
They are.
I said, okay, now, can you unpack the document generated that day for our GPM clear
Igbo Sabo. Igbo Sabo to the year word.
Also, like you photocopy. I say,
Igbo Sabo. Igbo Sabo to the year word.
Yesterday, that I have to yesterday. I was not I can see. I see that go well who says who drive us here. My house in Hannah, Jerry, the Japo, Papa Toby, but I have some Papa Toby the last Sunday, now UK. Now network, now queue, you tire, now Messia, now not the same thing than island yesterday. I was actually in me. That was well talk who have answered you on our car in your camera. Here to live one. I'm not about to be on the 30th of May. Celebration. Now, before I go back to beer, no, I go through Emma Madame. I said, no, not what happened yesterday. I'm put at the dance and I'm to the 4 on the 30th of May 2026. I look at I say, okay, I'm I go for the I'm drive out. So I got a couple of mutual health. Onye na-eme ka o mee ihe a ka ọ kọbisie ka mkpatara gaịdị ha na tie aka na tikpọgbu ya because a gwara ha sị na ndị ebe nọ ọbụla nke USB nnọrọ declare ọya bụ ebe nkwụ
Gangster.
ihe ọzọ na-akọ na mamara ya ya bụ ihe ndị wee bata na bidoro ahụ ka m fụọ bata obi
Can I send that information about the okay, that is less woman. Okay, that was calling me on the phone. Okay, he called me more than 3 times. You went and then me too. Okay.
I was here. Maybe you have a kind of call right to 247 saying out over to the Kuru. Has someone over the real go to Bagwire? No. I was there. We don't go over social media with the over to with the Kuru.
I see I'm Kuru.
I don't know. We are social media. That's what we are having easy way. No more easy way. Social media. In the side of USB.
Yeah. Okay. So, thank you so much.
Probably I don't know what's right. I used to be.
Who else
was there? Imam Madaba was in there.
Imam Madaba was in there. Oh, Dr. Bryson of Coma.
Okay, so I don't have anything to say. Yeah, we are in ISC. And you can see that this is a problem. I don't know who can solve it for them. Mine is to ensure that these distractions from these people don't get us down or tamper with what we're doing. Ordinarily, our name why Biafra never came, even during the Wazirike's time, even during the understand, because sometimes our people, the intelligence they have, they use it on a destructive way. Instead of them to use it on a productive way that will get our freedom, they use it on a destructive way to destroy each other, to destroy our freedom. And when you know they never really understood what freedom, nobody inside Biafra will talk about freedom. PM said it. PM said that we in diaspora will be reasoning for them because they don't have the brain. Their brain has been messed up by Nigeria for the past 100 years. That is why the PM said we will think for every Biafran homeland. So when you see the criminality of Chomo Okoma and Bryson Okoma and all of them, all these fallback people, what they did after the declaration. That now, if I didn't ignore these criminals who become the despite all their fight, ask me where all of us would have been by now. Ask me what we would be using to fight by now. Ask me the legal basis, the ground would be. So now we'll be talking about how to again go to maybe America, failure to go and declare. Ask me what we would, our faith. Many people would have dropped out from this nonsense, which they make it look like as if it's a nonsense. But that declaration, which they oppose, they never believe in it, shows you that these are individuals that must be destroyed. My task is to ensure that these people are as irrelevant as possible. And that should be the task of every genuine Biafran, because if we allow them to have their way, to just something like what they were telling you now, there will be another thing they will give.
Exactly. Confront them.
They are all
Confront them.
machineries of the government. Chomo Goma is working closely with Azoka Mambo, and you all know that the PDM sacked Azoka. So Azoka, this madam, and they will know who Chomo Goma. They all be the same. I hired Choma into the Biafra struggle. She was the one that kept disturbing me. Oh, see, have you forgotten about my husband? Please recruit him. I have to recruit that fool.
You recruit husband and wife.
And now see what they're doing.
Recruit husband and wife.
Come with that angle, you have to.
Criminals. Husband and wife.
Connect with.
Go ahead. People, my ID card. Depending. So I make sure they want an email from the Biafran government, USP, that the email will depend on my passport. I got the normal size, actually. So what you going to studio that they just said the normal size that send the other fact. But I acknowledge yes, smoking all the go. Yeah. But now they went out. Now they went here within 8 weeks. Yes. So, because yeah, I'm one of the cabinet member charter. So, say help one come out, madam. We so come time to carry my member there. But I say my mother and sister. You see, I'm gonna details and I'm going to depend. And now at the 5 years, send the party and the screenshot of the email that's sent from the government. But so I'm my dear sister. I became confused.
What name did you use? Just text it to me. Who did you talk to? Which cabinet member did you talk to? Okay, so the only people you can talk to is either on Christopher, on Uche, or myself. Apart from that, nobody knows anything. And again, like I said earlier, the next batch of our IPD will be printed. We want to get as many people, and we want to maximize the number that the company gave us before printing, because when we print lower than that, we're just losing money. So again, text that to me when I have time within the week to check. I'll check and get back to you.
Okay. My number, because
just send it again. So I don't know.
So I this guy which to go.
We are moving forward, and that is why if this useless people, Chomo Koma and Bryson, they should be ashamed of themselves. And then when you start thinking of the arms and the evil that these idiots are doing to the struggle, you begin to wonder why Biafra never came. You know, they are just pure evil, all of them, pure evil. From Finland, after our declaration, all of them that started attacking this freedom. It's not just ignorance, it's just pure evil. And how do you confront pure evil? Absolute destruction. Because if you don't do that, they will continue to do what they're doing.
I said they have all the too much. I said that okay, I come up this morning in order to convince me, and I am not come back to be on. I'm happy because you know how about to be a car, come over very quick. I want to go in that to know for black.
Yeah. Again, the thing is, when they realize that's the mistake some people make, this freedom is not about an individual. about some Maneka. It's not about Nnamdi Kanu. It's not about even Dr. Roberts. That's a mistake they keep making. Those of them that made that mistake when they were following Onyendu, many of them have realized that and made a U-turn to support the government. It's not about anyone. If Overton BA comes out today, he must conform to the government that is set up. There are no two ways about that. Even when the capital comes out today, he must, in capital, conform to the government of the United States of Biafra people that are set up. And I'm not saying that in a condescending manner. I'm saying that because that is the right thing for them to do, to make sure that our freedom is secured. Anything outside that, Biafra people will attack them and relegate them to the trash. It's as simple as that. It's not about me. But these criminals that want to make sure our freedom does not come, who are paid by the Nigerian state, they will continue to do these things that they are doing. That's why you just have to ignore their stupidity and ensure that whatever they are doing it on their own. It does not matter who anybody talks to. It does not matter. All I am interested is in those that want help me destroy Nigeria too. Give me my recognition for the Biafra people. Anything outside that to me is really irrelevant. And I'm succeeding on that. Ekele ọrụ eke onye ruo ọ na-arụ nke data land ahụ nọ ebe Belgium ahụ na-adịkarị ekegoro niile onye ruo ọ na-arụ nke do your own job. Those that are distracting themselves, they are just doing it for their own selfish stupidity. And we can be this.
With Bonfire, you can set up a proper website for your business in less than 5 minutes. And the good thing is you don't need anybody to do it for you.
And once you set up your website, you can add your product and send your website link to your customers. That means you no longer have to answer questions again and again about the same thing. Once a customer comes to your DM, send them the link, they go, add what they want to buy to cart, pay, and you're done.
Morning, afternoon, night, your business stays open. And the good thing is, even when you are resting, you can continue selling.
Anela, unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, can you hear me? Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
I hear you. We can. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, okay. Good evening, DBN. First of all, I would like to appreciate all the efforts the leadership is making. To thank you and to underscore the fact that we here in Ireland, under the leadership of Mazu Uzo, were determined to see that our efforts come to fruition. I want you to talk about the ID card, but since you've already given us an answer to that, I will just skip that. And then to just encourage you, the leadership of USB, to intensify efforts in the diplomatic arena. And this is very key. You know, I find that a lot of people still do not seem to understand what this struggle is all about. You know, diplomatically, internationally, and even locally. You know, so if we probably strengthen the diplomatic focus or efforts, you know, to ensure that people globally have an understanding of why we are talking for this freedom, and the alternative would be the decadence that we are seeing right now in Nigeria. So my comment is simply this: kindly continue with the efforts you are making towards a diplomatic, success, diplomatic style for this organization. Yeah. Not just, but also locally. Also, as well, the homeland in Nigeria. Mm-hmm. People don't seem to understand. You know, so when we see this is where we're going, this is the kind of country we want to build. And also, this is some point. Please, let's have let's capture a broader social, social cycle. It's not just about Igbo. It's not just about Igbo people. It's about Biafrans. Igbo. Let's capture everybody within the Biafran, territory. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, again, thank you. Biafra has never been about Igbo. Any conception to that means the person has not been following what we're doing. When Obato Obie created the 40 states of Biafra, it has nothing to do with Igbo. But again, that's what I said. Those that are paid to attack our freedom, they will come with all kinds of conceptions, just like you said, Biafra is Igbo. Anyone here that has been following Obato Obie, following Namdekan, cannot talk that Biafra is Igbo. Because when Obato Obie created the 40 states of Biafra, it was clear. We had over 350 meetings on Zoom and privately when Obato Obie created the 40 states of Biafra. Only the person that was not following Obato Obie, or they were following Obato Obie, but they are criminally minded to attack the freedom that Obato Obie was pursuing. We talk about Biafra as an Igbo thing. But again, my happiness is at least 98% of Biafrans that followed Obato Obie are fully aware Biafra has nothing to do with only Igbos. Secondly, our lobbying firm, they are doing excellently well in the background. It's not everything we present to the public. The actions the United States of America has taken against Nigeria is credit to our lobbying firms. The attack in Sokoto on December 25th by America is through our lobbying effort. The killing of the ISIS second in command in May last year is through the lobbying success of the United States of Biafra lobbyists. So many actions the United States of America and other countries have taken against Nigeria is through the actions of our lobbyists. You have to understand that this Biafra quest has been going on for the past 20 years. It's not a one-man thing. The only thing is that the United States of Biafra has solidified every plan and every aspect that genuine Biafrans have been making in the past 20 years. So the lobbyists are there doing their job. Our lawyers are there doing their job. That's why you're seeing a lot of success that we are having. Despite distractions, Nigeria is planting among us. So they are working every day. They don't have to come up publicly every day and be shouting. They are lobbying for the United States of Biafra. In Homeland, the 40 state governors structure are fully intact. It is only those stayed by the Nigerian state that will be pretending as if they don't know what is going on. So we're not going to waste time on it. And I tell people, anyone at this time that does not know what the United States of Biafra government is doing, then that person has been one, either an enemy of Obato Obie, or two, one planted by the Nigerian state. So remember, our people will see their intelligence and knowledge.
You're welcome.
Just like what Jomo Goma was saying yesterday to this honorable that just talked. Are you saying, with the person now, with anyone listening now, say that Jomo Goma and the husband did not know that Biafra was declared on November 29th? And these are people that went to school. Will you say that they were not aware? But as of this yesterday, they were trying to distract, attack, confuse people. What kind of lobbying do you need for useless idiots like this? How are you going to? So don't waste your time trying to convince anyone. Anybody that is not following at this time can never follow, and they don't need to follow. That's why Obato Obie said, Obato Obie told all of them, everyone stay where you are. If you are confused, just stay there, be confused. If you are not following the US, stay there, don't follow them. Anything you believe in, just stay with it.
We're not going to waste our time convincing anyone of anything. Because those that we are truly following, even P2B, even the legitimized governors, they know USA has been declared. They know that this Christian nation has been declared. But we dare tell you that they know. No. We dare pretend that they don't know. Yes. We dare continue to confuse people because they want to retain power. Yes, they will. And make the natural and all resources. Mine and ours is to continue to destroy them in that thing they are doing. This game of the Biafra restoration at this time is not just a game of people that have just 3, 4, 5 cents. We need individuals, genuine Biafrans with the 6th, 7th, and 8th sense to destroy Nigeria and destroy the legitimized governors. The grassroots structure of Adobe setup is fully active. That's why we have the voluntary Monday sit at home, getting better every day by Biafrans. So again, like I said, we don't have to do anything extra much. Those that we know, in every freedom restoration, there are less than 1% that restores the freedom. And the other 90-something% will just fall in. That's all I have to say. Next person.
Well, yeah, Friends TV, your turn.
Yeah. I want to stand on the existing protocol by first saying from my location, good evening, my Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi, the acting head of state of the United States of Biafra. From my location, once again, good evening, man, and welcome. Yes, Biafrans in Ireland, in Belgium, and all our listeners, I once again salute all of you. From my location, it's a very wonderful good evening and happy Sunday to you all. I don't have anything to ask our DTN. The reason I want to let people in Ireland and Belgium to know one thing, that Dr. Ngozi Arabeze, the history has put her where other women who declared their countries, that because of the women stood up and we declare or issue the decision of their country, they become a country. I will give you 10 names of countries women declares in this world. I want you, whatever I'm saying now, I want you to go and download Wikipedia. That is where you find the truth out. Download Wikipedia in your phone and start asking questions. Number one we want to ask is, ask on Wikipedia, how many countries in this world do women declare or redeclared after they have lost it? That's number one question. One of those countries is Brazil. 1820 September 2nd was being declared by a woman. The Israel is shouting today in 1968, May 14, was being declared by a woman. What of Belarus that gets their independence from almighty Russia? In 1990, July 27, by a woman. What of Congo in Africa, DR Congo, 1960, June 30, in Africa, a woman. What of Canada, that is almighty Canada today? You know that in 1929, October 18, a woman declares Canada as a country. What of in Africa, Madagascar, you know very well. In 1960, June 26, a woman. What of Tanzania in Africa, 1961, December 9, a woman. What of Malawi, 1964, July 6, a woman. What of Ivory Coast, 1960, August 7, a woman. What of Algeria, 1962, July 5, a woman. The world has also in the Wikipedia, in the archive, and also issued that in present 2024, November 29, 2024, that a woman called Dr. Ngozi Arabeze issued a peaceful written declaration of United States of Biafra. These are cases we must know. For you to know that it's not the first time in this world that a woman declares a country. She has put in that same history a country that women declare proven mother country. I want to also let you know that IPOB is not the first organization in the world to look for a country. that a country called Namibia that got their independence from South Africa, starting from 1915 to 1990, was fight for them to succeed out of South Africa. In Africa here, you know, South Africa and Namibia history. Namibia used an organization called SWADO to fight for them to get a country. Namibia, with the name SWADO, protests for only 3 years and 3 months on the field of protest for them to. They now said that these protests we are doing, that the world is not helping us. They are not even coming to our rescue. Rather, our people are dying. After the 1966, after 3 years, Namibia apologized for their people under the name SWADO. That we are sorry for asking you to go out and protest because of the massacre of our people and the life of our people. And their transition was into a government in exile. In the present world we are into today, about 37 countries, including Belgium. Belgium was the first country ever that used government in exile to get their lost country back. In First World War, in Second World War, Belgium. The transition into London in 1914, Belgium transitioned into London with a name of organization first. After 1 year, the government in exile and the issue redeclared of Belgium in London, and it took them 4 years maximum after they have redeclared London, they declared Belgium in London. They took the maximum 4 years before they would get their first recognition. It took Belgium that people are in today. It took Belgium 10 years in exile before they will come back and take over their country. If there is no government in exile, whatever you are doing is all about making noise in social media. All these organizations being used, check the history of Belgium in Wikipedia. You will find out the truth about Belgium. Also, check the history of Ireland, where you are today. Ireland lost their country in the hands of Great Britain. Ireland remained slave under 400 years in the hands of Great Britain. When they decided to come back, women, moreover, bylaw their of Ireland as a country. They achieved recognition in exile. Their recognition comes from when they have their government in exile, who lobby from the United Kingdom, London. They started from there. They achieve recognition. They come back and take over their full territory in the hands of the oppressor. The same thing where we are today. What of you who live in Poland? Poland produced government in exile in the United States of America. They remain there. Poland remained for 15 years in exile before they will come back. They form government in exile. They have prime minister. Check about Poland in Wikipedia. You will find out the truth that they have been hiding from us, because the white man says, if you want to hide the truth from a black man, put it on a written note. They will never go and research and find it out. But we are here today to let you to know, or the world to know, that our hand is on it. What happened to Namibia people? Namibia, with SWADO, declares after 4 years of protest, and their transition government in exile, where Zambia, Angola, is where Namibia, Tanzania, they remained there for 30 good years, 3 decades. Before Namibia, we came back in 1990 and took over their territory. They declared in 1966. Then in 1973, Namibia get their first recognition. After the recognition, they remain in exile from that time until the United Nations, until United Kingdom, until America recognizes them, the world powers. They come back, and finally, South Africa packed their load and look at this and walk away from the territory of Namibia. My people, that is where we are. No country in this world have used protests to achieve a country. No country in this world has used 1 million men march to achieve their country. You must transition into government in exile. I want to conclude by saying, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, one of his brokers, January 1st.
easy to squeeze, easy to scoop, and easy to
Sonia tomato mix in a new stand-up pouch.
History of Syria, Yemen, and Somalia. What is the history of Syria and Somalia and Yemen? They all transition into government in exile. Syria remained in exile for 12 years. The country called Somalia remained in exile in Kenya for over 6 decades. Because around month of the election day, the date of everything, over 40 years in exile before they can be able to clear back and go over their territory. That is where we find ourselves. If Ojukwu could have introduced in exile for us, by now we are not, our DPM will not be here preaching or trying to tell you that the only way is for the minister of without USD to find out by yourself. The bias and the bias no people. No some of the cases are all getting, but I'm all the cases are all getting. The bias so good, was every minute. Gives completely Iran and Mass and the coming on January 1st, 2021, that we should repeat the history of Syria, Yemen, and Somalia, including Sierra Leone. Check this history. They all have government in exile. They stop for protest on the street. Starts acting like a country. Without you acting as a country, you can never sign treaty. You can never get in touch relationship with any other country in the world. Thank you all for giving us country. Thank you all for making us to remain as the modern present peaceful government in exile with a peaceful representation document. I want to send a message to President come and show more. Our people, we need to do something. I walked into Chrome to do research. Chrome was acting as I take my 7 days to write and give them evidence before the government.
Look at people of weak mind, very weak disposition. I need men and women made of steel. Nothing moves. You continue to push forward, never knowing what it means to retreat. Only forward can you go.
Hold on, is it because it's the Kekere? Don't tell me to hold on, madam. Don't tell me. This can you follow you or can you give it to your sister?
Look at people of weak mind, very weak disposition. I need men.
We are still waiting so that
Made of
Mazikai will connect.
Nothing
Or is there no connect at all?
You continue to push forward, never knowing what it means to retreat. Only forward can you go.
All right, guys, please don't go anywhere. We are trying to connect back. I'm trying to get it back. We lost the signal, so I have to bring it back just in a short while. Go nowhere, please.
Look at people of weak mind, very weak disposition. I need men and women made of steel. Nothing moves. You continue to push forward, never knowing what it means to retreat. Only forward can you go. Look at people of weak mind, very weak disposition.
Yeah. Oke nne ka nne ezigbo nne anyị ji eje mgbe nwụghị m eni iti na-achọ m ịjụ gị bete ana m agba gị ọjị na-asị gị nnụa jide ka iji na anyị kwụ gị n'azụ anyị ji ọja wee kwụ gị n'azụ ị naghị ata oke nne m ọ ga-adịrị gị na mma ọ ga-adịrị gị ezinụlọ gị na mma ọ ga-adịrị onye ukwu na onye nta ọ ga-adịrị awa mmadụ na Kanụ and ọbata obie anyị enwe obi aṅụrị very soon. I'm ekene ndị gọọmenti anyị na-asụ ụnụ jisi n'ike enwe m ndidi na-eche ma ID card mụ na ezinụlọ m enwe m any question ana m asị nnọọ oke nne. Thank you. Udo. Bye bye. Ka ọ dị m. Bye. Udo. So send the receipt to our honorable. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Wow, thank you so much. We need all the money because we need to support our troops in homeland. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sorry, DPM also have a total of 100 Gemma between Ireland and Belgium. Because of the way we started, we are not able to announce that.
Okay. Wow, thank you. That's
between Ireland and Belgium, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all the donors.
Honorable Christopher, your hand is up. You can bring in your question or you I don't know.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Crystal clear.
Yes, thank you. Because I'm on the road, but I just had to contribute a bit. First and foremost, good evening, Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you for honoring this invitation. All members of the cabinet here present, our honorables and visitors in Ireland and Belgium, thank you for taking your time to honor this invitation. I want to start by saying we are all we have, and we are the only ones who can help ourselves. And any other help we get, external help, that would be secondary. But the primary help, we are the ones that will provide that ourselves. When the DPM was talking about people knowing or not knowing, or what you call the willful ignorance of certain Biafrans as to whether Biafra has been declared or not, that reminded me of something. And I wish the deputy head of mission in Spain is present. Fellow Biafrans here, for your information, the head or the leader of Catalonia, I'm sure we all know Catalonia that wants to have their independence from Spain. the world knows about Catalonia. The current leader of Catalonia knows who our deputy prime minister is, knows that the declaration was done on the 29th. And this head of Catalonia, the leader, told our deputy head of mission that that woman, Dr. Ngozi Abueze, she's very bold and we respect her. So if far away in Catalonia, the Catalans can acknowledge our declaration and acknowledge our deputy prime minister, why would Biafrans not acknowledge her, or why would they claim that they do not know about her? Again, far away in Ibadan, or just not far away, close to our homeland in Ibadan, one of our brothers who was writing his PhD, I don't know what you call it, dissertation, when you do your master's, you call it your thesis. He was writing his final exam. He wanted to choose a topic about Biafra. And his supervisor actually had to lead him towards another direction. The first thing his supervisor said, his name is Osinachi's brother. But the supervisor told him, don't you know that Biafra has just been declared? So if a Yoruba man in Ibadan can inform our brother that Biafra has been redeclared, then why would our people claim to be ignorant? So that is just what I wanted to point out here. Your Excellency, you permit me to say one more thing before I end here, because I have to concentrate on multitasking now. Biafra that was declared in the 60s and the 70s, starting from the pogrom, against us that led to it, we all know the history. That land, the people, the culture, the sovereignty is what we are standing on today. The same Biafrans then and the same Biafrans now, nothing has changed. The land of Biafra then, the land of Biafra now, nothing has changed. So when we say new nation, or some of us say new nation, I don't want people to have a misconception about this. It is about the redeclaration. Biafra is not new. Biafra was there even before Nigeria was created, even before the British came, and Biafra still stands today, and it will stand forever. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christopher Kenwa, for that. The next person in line is Samsung SMA057F. Please bring in your question. Unmute yourself. Sorry, unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Okay, are you hearing me now? Are you hearing me? Hello?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Okay. I want to thank our Excellency, Dr. Ngozi Abueze, for what she has been doing. Frankly speaking, she has been doing a work a man cannot do. Not all men can do it. What Odimefo Ojukwu did 1967 is exactly what she has done. And we Biafrans, the USP Biafrans, generally the whole Biafrans should be so happy because what Nigerian government planned against Biafrans were terrible. That is why they called Ogenkere. Had it been our DPM did not declare, they did not make the declaration on the 29th November 2024. If Ogenkere does it, the Nigerian government, through bidding, they will just give that sovereign nation of Biafra and they will take Fulani to put as president of Biafra. The whole state of Biafra will be Fulani and it will be declared. And if it is declared, you can never tomorrow go and ask for declaration of Biafra. That is what people doesn't know. What Her Excellency Dr. Ngozi Abueze does for us. People just say she declared Biafra and become happy. But they doesn't know the deepness of what he does to us. Because had it been he did not do it forever, we will not ask for Republic of Biafra any longer. So we thank Chukwu Abiyama, who called her for the fulfillment of his promise that the lost tribe of Israel must be gathered together. That is the assignment she's doing. I am Chief Oba Arola Nuki. I may be talking, one or two people may say, why are you saying God, God? No, I talk anything I want to say, I say God, because it is Jehovah that is propelling this Biafran struggle. It is not in the hand of man. In Cotonou, Jehovah told me Owazwika will not give Biafra, that he will cause someone that will give Biafra. I said, no, Owazwika is going with Kofi Annan. He will give Biafra. He said, no, my son Oba, I will call someone that will give Biafra. You will be among the high officers. I forgot everything. Then in Belgium, Jehovah called me 2015, told me, my son Oba, take the mantle, it belongs to you. Nnamdi Kalu is that one I told you that you give Biafra, follow him. Before I take the mantle of Bruiser, the coordinator. Then 2021, Jehovah told me, come out from DOS, follow a new ship. Follow a new ship. DOS ship is sinking, follow a new ship. It was autopilot. I was still there attacking the DOS. My information went to His Excellency Mazis Manekwa. He said in Facebook, an interpreter and called me, my friend, Chief Obarolan, come out from DOS, follow me. And as I was attacking the DOS as one of the higher executives, they called me a Berima and removed me from DOS. Then immediately I joined Autopilot. And the Autopilot was brought here by Evangelist Chidinma. But I had to establish it here in Belgium. So this is the story of Belgium. Then when we were doing Autopilot in Belgium, with the Ogenkere under Autopilot, then the plan to destroy His Excellency Mazis Simeonepa. And when he came to Belgium, as people came now, I was the patron, the one that Waloji, that break the collar. I told him, be very careful, for your enemies are in your doorstep. He called me. He said to us that very soon we will not see him again. But within short time that he will come back. I didn't know. This was revealed to me, but I didn't know exactly that the enemies has already engulfed him by Ogenke. And that is why during Ogenke's time, they did everything to take me here in Belgium through Totongo's through the rep of Belgium and his followers. They did everything. I knew already that the lady was sent for the actualization of Biafra. Who is that lady? Is that lady? Jehovah showed it to me clearly. He showed me a bowl full of fruits. Hausa were picking, Yoruba were picking. The person that represents Biafra was a lady. On the process of the lady picking the whole fruit from the bowl, the Yoruba and Hausa came in the hand of this Biafran lady, took the whole fruits she has already picked and gave her empty bottle, empty bowl to go. She called me, my brother Oba, take my luggage. Let's go back to our father's house. I took her luggage to our father's house in Biafra land, kept it inside the house. She called me, go and remove that luggage, for there is a great personality that is coming to marry me. That was why when the rep under Ogenkere, they did everything to pick me. I rejected. I told them, Tongo's Arabeste is the right person. Even the document they gave me, they took it back. To assist me, to give me documents, to do my appeal because they gave me negative to go to Africa. They refused. The person that helped me to get all those things is Honorable Mercy and Honorable Okema. They did everything to give me document that backed me to make sure they did not deport me back to Nigeria. So, and again, Jehovah showed me about Trump. He showed me about Trump when Trump was in a very critical condition, not able to win America. Jehovah told me Trump is going to win America, to bring back American glory, which was lost. I put it in Facebook. A personality, high personality in Abia State by name Honorable John Oki Carlo is a politician. Okay, a Yoruba man attacked me first that Trump will not win. Then that politician in Abia State, Honorable John Oki Carlo, attacked the Yoruba man, telling him Trump is going to win America to bring back American glory, which was lost. After that, Trump won and became president of America. Jehovah told me about Nnamdi Kanu when they want to go to his house, to storm his house. Jehovah told me, my son Oba. Then Jehovah told me, my son Oba, I should tell Nnamdi Kanu not to be afraid because he is with him. Then I sent a message to the DOS to go and tell him not to be afraid that he is with him. I didn't know Nigerian government want to go and storm Afaruku Ibe. Within short term, Afaruku Ibe was stormed, and no one knows about the whereabouts of Nnamdi Kanu. Then Jehovah then told me we should search for our Jewish brother. He said we should search for our Jewish brother. Then I started thinking, what do you mean by we should search for our Jewish brother? At long run, when Nnamdi Kanu reached at Israel, Jehovah told me, we have found our Jewish brother. They will do the hardest work for us. Your Excellency, you have tried a lot. Dr. Ngozi Arabese, you are a big lady of high caliber. I don't know how to thank you for all your work. And that is why on my own side, I'm trying the little I can do.
Thank you.
Though I don't have the money again, but I'm just trying to make sure I'll be doing what I can be doing. I went to Commissaire General because I'm the one pulling this very struggle here in Belgium. Commissaire General, then the government of Belgium called me to give me Belgium document. I rejected that. I'm the one storming UN Parliament, EU Parliament, Brussels Parliament. I have evidence of everything I'm talking. I'm the one going to Nigerian embassy and storm them. We said if it continue of killing of Igbos, if it continue, we destroy the embassy here. We did it, not talking. After that, they called me to give me Belgium document. The Commissaire General, they called me to give me Belgium document, 2018. They did everything, interviewed me from 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock. I rejected. I told them they are killing my Biafran brothers and sisters. In Biafra land, they want to Islamize us. They are raping them. They are destroying our farmland. They want to Islamize us. They want to change us not to be Christian. So I cannot, and Nigerian government did not show all these things in newspaper. So I can never take that document. I know the value of documents. They did everything, I did not take it. They said, will you suffer and die here? We went, it is the Belgium government telling me this, that they went to Cotonou and found my losses. I lose more than $1 million US. This is an Exim Bank in America. From Global 2000 Orlando, those people in Exim Bank go and make inquiry. Favor is more than $500 million. I need inquiry. I need proof. Please, you people should do it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
He is my best friend.
Thank you very much, sir.
I would my board of directors. After that, they gave me credit facility worth $1 million US in Exim Bank. So, sir, I informed our
thank you very much, Honorable Roland. Move and our CPM will soon be leaving us, so we have to maximize the time. I want to know if anyone has any question. We are still on the section of question and answer, please.
More questions?
Where's the charger? Where's the charger?
I think, Honorable, that people are not asking. The problem is when people come in, they don't want to raise, they don't want to ask questions. But after they have left, you see them on the road, they begin to ask you questions. But here, after that question is here, they're not asking. So let DPN go, please, if she wants.
Yeah, that's so nice. Another question that they already know the answers to the questions that they
credit of 1 million US.
that they make
There
it.
is a question I have to ask.
Okay.
The question I want to ask is His Excellency Mazi Simonekpa, after hearing of this information that the government of Belgium decided to give me document I rejected. After seeing I told him I have evidence. He asked me, is it true? I said, yes, there's evidence of what I'm saying. He told the whole executive to call the attorney in America to give me Biafran identity and passport. Then they did everything to make sure they give me Biafran identity and passport. And the Attorney General said there is no passport now, and the identity, all of them are still in pipeline. Then they promised me when everything is okay, then I will be giving Biafran identity and passport freely. Asked Evangelist Chidinma, I told him about this, and some people working with His Excellency Mazi Simonekpa, the executive, many of them are with Ogengere now. But Evangelist Chidinma is aware of what I'm saying. So if it is like that, and this USB government, will that very thing be affected? Or will I pay? Though I have paid for another one, but my identity has not come out since I paid. I paid and everything shows that it will come out. Everything was good. But since then, I've not received it. So what will I do on that regard? Why is my phone not? Hello?
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. I think I've heard everyone. There's no other question. I think I can hear everyone. And I'm going to take my leave. If anyone have any question, you can bring it to my attention by Uchi, and I should be able to give a response. Once again, I thank you all for what you're doing to stay the course. Usually, I try to avoid Sunday meetings. I want Biafrans to rest every Sunday because it's always busy for us from Monday through Friday and Saturday and all that. But again, every now and then I have to try and be in those meetings again. Thank you so much for what you're doing. I'm going to take my leave at this time since we don't have any more questions. May God bless you all, and may God bless the United States of Biafra.
You say.
Thank you very much, DPN.
All right. On Afugonia, that was a wonderful one. And we must continue. Stay the course. Join us in some hours' time as we continue. Stay blessed and bye for now.